Alright. Let us get started here. Get over. Alright. Everything's working. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Alright. Waiting on Zoom. Give me a moment, please. I will have them in here in a moment. Be calm, fair viewers. I'll give a little look at all the maps we fought through while we're waiting. So you can see the fully uncovered map. Because some of these maps you guys couldn't see. Mostly because it, not sure why, but I was not unlisting the live stream when the live stream stopped on YouTube. But YouTube, like, cut it off at, like, the 2-hour mark every time. It's weird. So some of these maps you probably didn't see fully. You can zoom in, take a close look at them, pause it if you want. Some of these had some interesting areas. I'm not sure if you saw all of them or not. I'm sure you didn't see all of this one. Or pretty sure at least. This is the core room. This is the turret where they saved the Archmage finally. And this is the King's room or Commander's room where they found Aso and Willow being dominated and had to leave for fear of the strength of the commander, more or less. And up here, this is like the cave entrance system. This is when they first entered aeor. This is when, this is where they were walking through aeor. Like, this is the puzzles to get them to the actual city. This is just the natural cave system from the city crashing. This is the cave, or the tunnel system and trap system. So you have to basically be tested before you can enter the city. That's what this is. And this is right outside aeor. This wall right here, giant mountain. And going in right around here is aeor. Well, that's one of the easier entrances. They actually ran up and went to off screen. You could also get in down here somewhere. No, there's no breakage. Never mind, I lied to you. It's over here. These are 2 cave entrances. And down here is from another game that will eventually be posted. I could also clear away the hidden stuff. Huh. Which one's it on? Hidden, maybe. Yeah. And these were filled with little robots. If they set off an alarm in the core room, that was, it would look like this if they discovered it. And be filled with robots. Which they later found either way, but not in the core room. They didn't find it while in the core room. They found a magical entrance to it, which is the other trapdoor. Hello! You're the only one here. Everybody else is too slow.
Hi. No.
Yes, I can hear you.
Venom.
Hello.
Chase said he can join. So.
Yeah, he messaged me like 10 minutes ago going, yeah?
Read your Instagram chat.
Do what?
Read Instagram.
I mean, he messaged me directly. Oh,
No,
you. Yeah, yours. I already read that, yeah.
Okay. Makes sense?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. There was a thunderous boom. The
Yeah,
ground
and
shook around you.
Yeah, and our bodies almost became in half. Makes sense.
Almost became in half.
Didn't you say like all of our bodies felt like we was like breaking in half?
No, you felt the ground breaking in half.
Oh,
You saw a mountain in the distance crumble because basically a huge crack formed.
I thought you told.
Yeah, Sean. 100%.
Alright, Sean.
What is my headset audio
No,
quality?
it's
No, it
good.
was just for a second.
The moment you joined, you just went.
Hold on, let me. There we go. I should not be as loud now.
Okay. And yeah, I'm recording separately, so you don't have to worry about that, Sean.
Are you recording?
I mean, I was streaming before, but the streams ain't working, so yeah, I have to record it separately. I just hope, I don't know how much space it'll take up, I just hope it don't take up too much space.
Alright. So I guess we're waiting on Chase now, which Chase did say he's down to play.
Yeah, he said yeah to me as well.
Yeah, he said, oh yeah. Yeah. Willow, you here?
Yeah, she already spoke, we can hear her.
I know, I was making sure she's still good. Gotta feel like a crazy maniac that just opened the gates to heaven.
Well, the gates to all of the places, realistically.
Oh yeah, they're all free.
Any god that wants to come down now can.
Let's go. Let's hope to dwindle an empire.
It's not there. It's not there.
What do you mean it's not there?
It's a chunk error now from all the gods that just spawned.
Dwindle an empire is just is gone.
Well, you have to realize a lot of these gods willingly went behind behind the gate, and a lot of the gods who didn't willingly go behind the gate were forced into demi-planes and locked up. So more than likely, you're not gonna walk back to civilization and just find it devastated because a
Oh
lot of the
well.
gods that
If
are
we get
willingly behind the gate are both on the mortal sides and willingly behind the gate.
But if we take too long to get there,
I
it
mean,
could be.
yeah, if you guys like stay up here for months, which you have at least actually, you guys have at least a month and a half
And until what?
until you get back
Oh yeah. So
because you
yeah,
have
we
to
could.
walk back because
So
the
yeah, we
mage
could
left
be.
you.
So yeah, we
Are we still
could.
in winter, by the way?
Yeah.
I have to change. Let me see it. Because it
If
was
you are.
20 days that last session happened. So I have to actually do some math to see what month you're in at this point.
Yeah, Trent. Is it New Year's yet?
I don't think so. If anything, you guys started closer to New Year's
Cause
than
my birthday's
now.
on New Year's. That's really
Okay. 20. So, I'm gonna have to look something up real quick.
I bet only I'm the only one that has a birthday in this game.
Well, there was another one.
Yeah, but they're gone. They're like what?
Well,
Like with the
that's not that month either way. It was supposed to be for. It was somewhere in Dunali, which it is now
I,
Dunali.
I would do it. I would do a birthday. I just need to look at Trent's dates again.
What do you mean?
I don't need to worry about that because I just said New Year's.
What do you mean you need to look at my dates again?
Because I would like to know when Skin's birthday is. Because I don't want to just say a random month.
You should just
You can
send
just look it up on Explorer's Guide to Wildmount. It's in the
That's
book.
true.
It's on like the first 4 or 5 pages.
Alright.
I'm actually looking it up right now. I don't know if you guys can see it or not.
Nope.
Okay, well then, it ain't doing it right.
So wait.
But either way,
What month are we in? How many months are there? Is there still 12?
I think there's 12. I would have to. I'm gonna count real quick. I'll tell you.
And then tell us what number month we're in right
7,
now.
8, 9, 10. There's only 11 months.
Okay.
1, 2,
And what month are we in right
3,
now?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 11. You were in Dunali, and then at the end of last session, when you walked, 25 days went by.
What page is that? What page is
8. 8 and 9.
Okay. So what number?
So
is
it is
that?
now Thunshear.
Which is what number?
Wait, it's been nearly a full year.
Yeah, it has.
I think we started near Thunshear.
Okay, so
Harvest Rise.
is it like the 10th month? I'm guessing right now.
No, I did something wrong. Give me a second.
Which one?
I'm
Yeah,
I'm looking at the wrong thing. There's no way it's Thunshear again.
Yeah, Dunshear's the 4th month.
Yeah, what I mean though is there's no way it's Thunshear again.
You could be.
I would seriously doubt it.
Some powerful mage could have made it Thunshear again.
Huh. When is... Okay, no. Because Thunshear is when we started. Is it not? No, we definitely didn't start there because Day of Challenging passed. So no, it is Thunshear.
Okay.
Because we
So-
started... I know the Day of Challenging happened while you are back at Nicodronis. So
It's not
that
even
means there's been at least 2 months, which does line up with this. We did do this correctly. I'm not retarded. Don't worry about it.
So it's not even close to the end of the year yet.
No.
I got it.
I have to
Yeah.
turn up this freaking air conditioner. It's
When's
like 100
summer?
degrees in my room.
When is summer? Is that Sinden Star?
Look, I know which one it is.
That sounds like that would be in
I'm not
something.
sure. No, high summer I think is like the middle of summer.
Okay.
So Harvest Rise. There ain't no way it's Harvest Rise though. This calendar don't make sense. Harvest Rise should be at the end of summer, right?
Mm.
I don't know, man. I don't even know, man.
Maybe you're not reading the. Maybe you're not reading them right.
Okay, no. Harvest Rise is summer. I know Harvest Rise has to be summer because Harvest Close is the end of
No,
summer.
okay. Autumn begins on the 3rd of Fesseron. When is Fesseron?
Autumn is the 3rd of Fesseron. Autumn is several months away, so you were in summer at this point.
Okay, so we're in summer.
You
Alright,
have to be because there's the Renewal Festival, Wild Grandeur, and Harvest Rise. Harvest Rise has to be the start of summer because Harvest Close is the end of summer, and Baron's Eve is like Christmas.
Well, Harvest's closes is what? Oh yeah, it's the end of summer.
That's the end of summer because there's no more harvesting going on.
Yeah.
Either way, Dunali has 30 days in it. You walked 25 last time. So, and it was the 18th. Okay, I'm not looking at the right one either way. I'm just looking at Thunshire. Thunshire has 31 days in it. You walked 25. So there's 6 days. That means there's 12 over. It is the 12th Undarli. Whatever that one is pronounced as.
I'm gonna write something down on Skins' thing. I'll do it later. And since I haven't told anyone yet, I would have guys went ahead and do it. Yeah.
All right. So we now know what day it is. It is going to be a minimum. Which now that you have a experience guide, you can walk.
Because I told him to join now, and he said there's no code.
So he ain't seen it being sent.
So I'll send it to him on Instagram now.
Okay. We're probably gonna have to reset. Actually, no, because we have like an hour, and I only started 10 minutes ago. So 30.
We don't have like an hour. I'm pretty sure it's like a 45-minute timer.
Yeah, whatever.
We have.
So it's 50 days back. So. Okay.
So you started at 250, correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I want to do a countdown.
God, this is gonna be so complicated. What is 28 minus 13, Damien?
15.
So 28 minus 13 is 15?
Mm-hmm.
8, 7, 2, yeah, 15. So that means 50 minus 15 is 35, correct?
Yeah.
So it is 35 minus 31 is 4.
There it is.
So it is after you guys, once you get back to Balin Post, it'll be the 4th of Sinistar.
Got it.
Alright.
Because this has been months of journeying. So you guys are extremely close to actually a year happening.
I'm so ready.
I'm here.
Welcome.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that's
it took me a while. My mom knew I was coming to the house because I was at my dad's, and she locked the house up.
That's epic, bro.
I had to break and enter into my own house,
That's perfect. Wonderful.
and I was still only like a minute late. So, well, when I got here, it was 3:01.
Yeah, and you
That's
just couldn't enter.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. We're calculating the month, the amount of travel time, because of how long this single adventure has been. And I know it doesn't really matter to you, but it is the 4th of Sinistar once you get back to Balin Post. But that's not quite where we are yet. We join into today's session on the end of last session, of course, with the ringing question, what did you do? Though the person you're asking it to doesn't seem to correctly hear you, as he seems to be shaken far worse than you guys by the events. More or less, probably slightly deafened by the extreme boom and the shaking ground confusing him and being a problem. You immediately hear the call that you heard last time, the magical sending, reach your ears, and your eyes widen, Skins. Now, you guys are standing in the desert oasis, the sun tossed everywhere, sand clouds basically in the air because of it, and feel a slight change in the air. You guys each take a moment to look around to make sure no threats have immediately appeared and or none of your friends and allies are hurt. You immediately can notice, all of you, two things. The air just almost vibrates with power. Like, you can feel a sense of power in, like, a sense of potential power, even, or at least, in the air. This just seems to have increased the power level of the world. It seems to be a lot more violently energetic. And the other thing you notice is that almost all of the colors you see, especially the greens and stuff that stand out from the whites, they are far more vibrant, or at least you think they're far more vibrant. It would be kind of hard to tell at this point, but if you haven't had something, mess up your eyes, these colors are way more vibrant than they originally were. The whites are whiter, the greens are greener, and the blues or the murky blues of the water and the puddle are more murky blue, and with a slight green tinge. William, however, even in his confused state, notices one other change, that the tentacles that are wrapping around the pedestal and the ones that were trying to help him break that little gate in his hands are far darker, contrasting heavily with his golden arm that stays for about a minute or so, along with his hair growing a tinge of blondish gold. So, now that you're back in this world, and notice these odd changes, and the sound of rumbling earth has ended, what are you guys doing?
You kind of just see like William drop the gold block down, and just kind of like shakily holds his ears with his hands, and he just kind of sits there. He's gonna look around to see if he can see his deity.
Other than the tentacles that you are the only one that can see, other than those tentacles, there is no humanoid form that you're used to him taking.
Yeah, I just see him like shakily just look around while holding his ears like hard, like it's hurting him. As he looks around.
You see Skins just he's been here for at least like a solid like few seconds, just staring out into nothingness with like you almost see him like sweating slightly. He's just staring directly, kind of seeming to have like a small conversation with himself as he seems to be just incoherent mumbling. He immediately begins to like look around like a bit frantically and then looks up at William and then everyone else. I need to go back to my village. Now.
Why? What's wrong, Skins?
I can't really explain it. I just need to go. We need to go. And Skins will start just like whistling for Bat and gets on Bat. Kind of like just taking a minute to like steady himself as he seems a bit wobbly from the sudden surprise in his eyes.
You are aware we're like either in a couple days I'm gonna need to be like chained up, right?
Well, it's gonna take a few days to get there anyway. We're gonna have to chain you up while on the way. We'll make sure to do it. We should have enough stuff to do it, but we just need to get going. The Skins is like just rubbing his head slightly, still being a little bit nervous.
If anyone's looking, William will like go on both knees and just kind of grab the plaques. He looks like he's talking to himself. So you're too far to hear.
Skins will look at William. Is like, what are you doing, William?
Well, after he takes down his like hands on his ears, you can if you were close enough, which they're vibrant. His ears are kind of bleeding a little, and he goes on both knees and grabs the gold plaque that are in half. He just kind of holds it down on the ground. You can see him kind of mumble to himself or talk to himself.
William, we need to get going. You okay? Can you even hear me?
He's still doing his own thing.
I'm just gonna scream in his mind using telepathy.
So
mean, yeah.
does that work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still in werebear form. That's the only way I can communicate. So I'm just gonna scream really loud in your head until you start paying attention to us.
Do you just go ah, or do you just say something to me? Do you say
No, it's
something?
literally just incoherent screaming until you pay attention.
You see him grab his ears again, say stop. He just starts screaming stop as he grabs his ears again.
Mm.
Skins.
Help!
Skins.
Help!
Skins is gonna walk over to William. Is there anything else, Willie?
The arm that was covered in tentacles is like the ghastly tentacles are now kind of like slowly infusing, kind of look like veins going into his body too. I'm guessing I see Skins. Are you like walking right up next to him?
Yeah, Skins is going to like he's in a hurry, so he's like sprint walking towards you.
He holds the plaque up and just looks at you and goes, do you see him?
Skins just looks at the plaque. Does he see anything?
You look at the golden gate that he has broken. I mean, it's in half. He can't see the tentacles that are still writhing around your arm, grasping for it. I mean, it's just a broken object. Is all it is.
Yeah, it's just a yellow piece of metal.
Can you see him?
See what?
My father.
Skins like
You see like a tear come down.
Skins like just takes like a second for like let it sink in. It's like he kind of just like then immediately starts rubbing his face and just like kind of begins pacing. William, you want to?
Can't see
William,
him.
all right, come on, we need to go. And then Skins will kind of like just gently grab his shoulder and try and help him up.
This is supposed to bring him back.
Quit acting like a loon and get on your feet. You're a grown man. What are you mumbling about?
Said this would bring him back. This is all for him. He's not even here.
Look, William, calm down for a second. All right, just we can explain this later, but right now we need to get going.
He takes the gold back and puts it in his pocket. Then he grabs the knife and broken cannonball. He starts walking with them.
All right, and then Skins will get onto bat again, adjusting himself, still having like a slight cold sweat on him.
Anything else, or do you guys set out on your journey back home?
The entire time, I'm just gonna be looking around.
Looking
Not even
around
kinda-
expectantly.
Not even kind of my ears are bleeding. It's still ringing loudly. Just gonna keep looking.
Side note, guys, I got some Taco Bell, bro, and this grilled whatever grilled steak thing, bro,
This is busting.
is on point. I'm not gonna lie.
It's bussing.
It's busting.
If you guys hear me start smacking, I'm not just devouring. I'm consuming the soul of this burrito, bro.
I would want some right now.
All right. That's good. The atmosphere was tense, and then Chase did that. All right.
Talking
Well-
about fathers coming in the back, and I'm like, bro, this burrito.
Dale's just having a delectable lunch.
Yes.
Well, you want to do anything? Well, you wanted to say anything? Is Nemi being quiet for this?
Give it a minute. Maybe mic's broken.
Yeah, headset. Probably.
But I know how that feels.
I said
Oh.
Nimi will be quiet.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay.
Okay.
So you guys are just starting your journey back toward Ballenpost?
Yep.
Did the plaque evenly just like break into two?
Well, you look at the golden gate that you've snapped in half. It didn't necessarily break easily in two. It might have like a slight difference in the amount of metal that's still on either side, but it is broken pretty cleanly. Yeah.
Okay.
But as you
Okay.
guys head back, out of the area, the sand changing to a barren desert, no oasis left as you exit the location. You see the lava lake before you and begin your journey across it. You have to wait for it to snow, but it does so pretty quickly, and heavy enough that you're not worried about falling through. You then make your way across, past Aeor, which has a slight ominous sight, as even in the distance you can see blue orbs of magical light starting to glow around, and you can hear, like you would hear a busy city
What?
across water. You hear...
What?
You hear exactly that. You hear, more or less,
Pause.
mechanical
Pause
clanking.
time again. I gotta go eat dinner.
Already.
I think so. At least I can hear my dad going, "Damien." So I'll be
Alright.
back.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Should be fine.
But you guys hear movement in that city as if it is a busy city across water. Nothing obscuring the sound. You guys
Okay.
pass by. What, Skins? You want to do something?
Okay, first of all, I sent you something on it, and tell me whenever that day passes, or is on that day.
Okay,
Check on Insta.
I will. Give me a second.
Never had
Brassard.
a good
I don't know.
burrito in my life.
Okay, it is not quite Brassard as far as I can tell. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's past it. During this walk at least. But
Okay.
you guys see, the city itself actually coming to life, which wouldn't be an ominous sight if it weren't for an object that William possesses. You guys continue walking and find your way closer to Valenpost. Skin's keeping track of the days, on his hunting adventures and notches and whatever way he's keeping track of the days, making sure to, never lose track of time, because losing track of time in the wilderness can mean losing track of the amount of food remaining. You know how to keep track of time even in the longest bouts of civilization leaving. And eventually you come upon the day that is your birthday. It's nothing extremely special, nothing odd happens, but, I mean, you know that in this barren, snowy wasteland, it is now your birthday. If you'd like to do anything with that information.
Skins will look at his bow for a second. He kind of tilts his head as he realizes it's his birthday. He looks around, seeing the shaky William and the quiet Nimmy and the bear Biel. He'll look at them, assuming we're by a campfire at this point. Just not walking fully yet, but we're at a campfire. Skins will look around and just kind of be quiet for a few seconds before speaking out. It's my birthday today, guys.
How old are you, young goblin?
Well, today I'd be 24 years old.
Alright, use thaumaturgy.
You're casting thaumaturgy, okay?
To do what?
We'll see. Skins will be like, it's not really anything special since it's just a birthday. I mean, I was just born this day, but
Okay, I'm gonna. As soon as you say it's your birthday, I'm running. I'm sprinting into the woods, and I'm gonna try to find something to kill and bring back like an animal.
You start to do that, and, go out and try and find any sort of animals. The problem is that you're in, an open expanse of tundra, so any animal you would try and find is either extremely dangerous or has seen you and starts to leave. Like at one point you see a Yeti, you know, just a lone Yeti walking around. As soon as it sees you running at it, though, it just starts running away. And you know,
I think
Yetis
I
are
have
like
more
kind of
movement.
attuned to the area. They're not even slowed down by the snow. So
I was about to say, I think I have more movement speed than the thing. I'm just going to chase after it till I finally catch up and bring it back.
you chase down the Yeti for using your human endurance to just outrun the creature, chasing
I'm
it
in
down,
air for it.
skewering it in the back, and easily killing a single Yeti as you murdered 3 or 4 earlier. So this is no issue, and just slaughter the lone Yeti in the middle of the open and start dragging back its corpse.
I finally get back. I'm holding it by the.
So
I'm
false
holding it by
alarm. It was just me
by
putting
its
up
tooth.
traps.
I'm holding it by its like gnarly friggin' Yeti tooth, and I just throw it next to the fire, and I just look at him. I go, "Birthday feast, birthday feast."
Hey, what happened? What happened?
He decided to chase down a Yeti because it's Skins' birthday, so he wanted to give Skins a, you know, gift. So he just sees a Yeti in the distance and runs after it until he catches up and kills it.
Skins will like just see the freaking gigantic Yeti just being just landing on the side. He was like, "You didn't have to do that." Also, Nimi, that was very loud. As he's kind of like holding his ears a little bit.
I guess I would be too.
The only thing I will say until you eat part of the Yeti's birthday feast,
Skins will like kind of laugh. The kind of the shock from whatever happened like a few days earlier and kind of dwindled down. He's now back into his like normal self. It's like, all right. Before we eat though, I gotta skin this thing.
I just took part of the leg and started.
You just took part of the leg. Okay.
Yeah, I fur and all. I'm just gnawing on the kneecap, dude.
At 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got. All right. I guess everyone get a piece. Even though I don't know if I can eat this thing, but I'll try. Maybe.
Just don't eat the heart. It has too much nutrition. It'll kill
I go
you.
straight for the heart.
I'll take the head.
I went straight for the heart.
And
Just
Skins will
gnawing on
just,
a Yeti skull.
Skins will just take like a thumb. All right.
You guys devour the leg of a Yeti, and it's a sizable meal, even for all of you. It doesn't taste all that wonderful. It's mostly muscle and like super non-tender pieces of the body because Yetis don't have much of that. And especially on the legs because they have to walk a lot. But, you know, it's a meal. It's something odd, I guess, to eat.
But
The
how
only
was
one
the
that has some
brain?
enjoyment might be BL. BL might have some enjoyment, and that's just because he has a bestial hunger that he is sating by murdering and eating things.
Trent, how was the heart, brain, and thumb though?
I mean, they tasted like whatever a heart brain tasted like, and the thumb is mostly bone, so it's a lot of trying to chew around the bone.
Yeah, which Skins does easily with his jagged teeth.
No, well, BL ate the leg. This is why I talked about the leg.
Yeah,
All right.
but you guys have your slight birthday celebration. Anything else?
Nope, that's about it.
Did
I hope this heart
anyone
can
else
fill my
sing?
heart one day.
What'd you say, Willow?
Did anyone else sing?
No, because
Just
I would assume William would have done so when you were singing it because
Yeah, but he would have his ears covered as he would do that.
yeah.
He'd be like, "Happy birthday to you."
I could.
They're like definitely on 2 different beats because William
Yeah.
actually is attempting not to hear her. So, and BL didn't have time to sing Happy Birthday because as you guys started singing, he was stabbing a Yeti in the back. He comes back and might mumble a few phrases of it, but you know,
Yeah.
most of the time he was hunting.
I'm chasing down this Yeti. I hear them start saying, I'm yelling happy birthday while chasing down a Yeti.
The Yeti's eyes were definitely far more afraid at that point.
Just looking at you, going, "Happy birthday to you."
For the Yeti at that point. That Yeti was minding his own business. He saw some like 8-foot tall werebear running at it with armor on, screaming a language he doesn't understand.
That's epic. That's
And
D&D.
if I'm in werebear form, then all he's gonna hear.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the life of that Yeti. That's what killed
That
him.
Yeti just saw a skinwalker.
Yeah.
He's talking about Left 4 Dead character, not Left 4 Dead.
That's
Red Dead
epic.
character.
But
I run like All Might from My Hero Academia.
Oh my god.
the only other
Alright.
major difficulty you guys have during this walk is the fact that 2 separate times, because of how long this journey is, Biel goes bear mode. Yes, you give him alcohol, you get him drunk, and you chain him up. Only one of the 2 times he breaks free, but they're easily dealt with. You know when this is going to happen. After the first time, it's not that hard to tell when it's going to happen. And as long as you're not in a city, it doesn't really endanger anyone, because you guys are so skilled, you could easily take out the feral form of Biel. If not so easily, the actual form of Biel. The feral form's easier than his actual form.
Way easier.
Especially with your magical weapons and implements. If you would like to attune to any more items during this journey,
Biel.
Wait.
Oh.
Didn't I get some kind of hammer or something last time?
You got a hammer and a sword.
you spend time looking at that while walking. It isn't anything special. It's just a regular +1 weapon. Someone could use it, but most of the time they probably wouldn't use it. That doesn't seem like something that's going to be that big of a use to you guys.
All +1s do is
A +1
damage.
attack and damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so attack and damage. Okay.
Yeah.
But my other sword is anytime I can take like a bonus action to absorb blood and use that as like a inflict wounds or something like
Yeah, you can once a day you can kill creatures, and then once a day expend how many ever humanoid creatures you've killed, and use that to cast inflict wounds on the next target of the sword strike. You can also use a bonus action to change the sword structure from like great sword, rapier, short sword, long sword, all sorts of that.
Okay. But like I can only do inflict wound like a level 3 inflict wounds, right? Nothing over that.
Yes, a maximum of 3rd level inflict wounds.
But I can have more like quote unquote souls to put in the sword than just 3 at a time. I can only just expend 3 when I use it.
You can save them up and the next day use them again if you wanted to. But you can only do the inflict wounds once a day. That action is once a day. And your sword is also a +1 sword.
Okay.
So it has 3 major properties. The inflict wounds, it's +1, and you can change its form. Other than that, it's a broken sword. But, I mean,
You said you wanted to heal William. How do you do that?
healing spells.
I'll use. Yeah.
There. Well, which one? I'm saying which one.
Healing word.
Oh, this is D4.
Well, yeah, that would.
Don't have to make them think of, like, oh, I don't think about you that much. Just, casually, yeah.
It's just to clean up the ear from continuously bleeding from the erosion.
Since Bill done that, I also get to know what the magnetic tip arrows do.
They are called Horizon arrows.
Horizon?
Yes, like event. They're called Event Horizon arrows. I'm actually going to look up exactly what they are because I have them in my photos. It's a screenshot I stole from somewhere else. Where? Okay, there.
Great DMing is just stealing ideas from other DMs.
It is.
Yeah.
It's really the best way to DM.
So I'm just gonna say these cataclysm arrows are fucking great. I just want to say that these are great.
Okay, I'm just going to send you the screenshot because I'm not going to try and read this and read it to you.
Wait,
It's
what
super
does the
long.
cataclysm arrows do?
A bunch of things.
Yeah, they're just called. They're a magic item that is already a thing, and they're just called cataclysm bolts usually.
Yeah.
And they're just arrows this time, so you can actually use them. And you can read that and decipher what your Event Horizon arrows do. What else is anyone else trying to attune to? If there's anything remaining, I can't remember.
I
Well,
have
Damien
my
has his
extra sword, but I know what happens if I attune to it.
So you're not going to?
You guys will see a second of me holding both swords. Look at the other one, try to attune to it. You see my other sword kind of like shake and like dissipate for a second. And I was like, nope.
I
Let's
can
put it
attune
back
it.
up. Huh?
She could attune it and tell you the stuff.
But then I'll
Yeah.
have to attune to it afterwards.
There's always the risk of make sure you're understanding the risk of curses. Any of these
Yeah,
items you
remove
guys could have attuned to.
He
could have
has removed curse.
fair, but okay, think about this. If you have a curse, you're not going to tell them you have a curse. 98% of the time. If they have a curse, they're not going to want to cure themselves because the curse doesn't want them to cure themselves.
It could have that. So we had that conversation.
So,
You know,
yeah, just, you know.
Or do you want to take the chance, Sammy?
Wait. You could always you could always just be like, hey, as soon as I attune to this, use that spell on me no matter what I say.
I don't have it. She does.
Yeah, she has the spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should someone
Well,
else attune to it so
wait.
she can remove curse, you guys?
Wait,
Less
how
than a
many
minute.
attunement slots do we get?
You get 3 attunement slots, but we'll discuss the actual happenings of this
Okay.
in a second.
So,
Alright. Hope this is interesting, guys. I hate the breaks. But, yeah, you know, something we have to do for now. We'll eventually get out of it. If they ever fix Nim's and or Willow's stuff. She can't use the Xbox app. Or Discord. So it kind of sucks. But this is what we have to do. It's just how it is.
hello.
Hello.
Remaining meeting time 27 seconds. Oh no.
I don't think that's true. I think it's lying to you.
The moment they come in, I'm gonna be like. So number one, this is my sword, right? No, just so you understand that. Number two, someone else needs to do this besides near Nimi, so she can refresh you. Hello.
Almost heaven.
West Virginia.
Okay.
What do your horizon arrows do?
Okay, I'll give me a second. I gotta find them again. There they are.
You can describe them, yes. Because I'm
Yeah,
not going to read them again.
I didn't put the description down, but basically they're like, their arrows are kind of like separate. Like the feather is separate from the shaft, and like on the tip, there's like a kind of like very steel and magnetic-y type tip arrow. And what this arrow can do, so the arrow explodes in a 1d6 times 10 feet radius sphere. Targets in said area must make a intelligence saving throw of 18 or take 1d100 psychic damage. If I roll 20 damage or lower, the arrows are recoverable, but they can't be used within 24 hours.
That's cool. That's so freaking
The biggest
cool.
issue with these are that they're limited use. Both of these items are extremely powerful for Sean, but they're limited is the only downside.
How many does he have of each?
I have 10 horizon arrows, 5 cataclysm arrows.
Yeah.
God.
He can necessarily do 10 D100s
Mhm.
and then get some of them back.
Oh no.
But who's attuning to this item?
So again, number one, I keep this weapon no matter what. Agree? We all got our fair picks
Okay.
of the item.
What? Wait, hold on. What was it?
I pulled the shadow sword again. This thing. Don't know what it does.
Wait,
Two. Me or
can
Nimi
I
will
like
not tune
can
to
I
it.
unattune to that axe or hammer or whatever I got? Because it's kind of useless to me.
Yeah, you can just unattune to it.
That's the item we
yeah.
just sell.
That's just a sell item. It's not that good. It just has a lot of money value necessarily.
Well, here, I'm gonna look at them and be like, God, I'm gonna get the sword or the hammer. Willow, as soon as I attune to it,
Whoa.
hit me with the curse, the whatever curse thingy.
Are we sure we want the big burly bear guy that can kill us all in one swing to hold a sword that could be cursed to do something to you, even if she
Well,
almost gets
as
cursed
soon
and
as I
swipes at you.
attune to it, you're gonna hit me with it, and whatever curse is gonna get deactivated anyways.
Wait, what?
Alright.
What kind of sword is it?
It's a shadow
Ye-
tentacle sword. I don't know what it does.
Yeah, it like is leaking out dark,
No,
like
what?
shadowy
What
stuff
sword
out the
type
blade.
is it?
That can be changed for William either way. Right now, though, it's
Oh
a
yeah, I
long
can
sword.
change it so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's
So,
a
like,
long sword at the moment.
the reason why I can't tune to it is because
Look.
this other sword evaporates whenever I try to for some reason.
Look, all right. Let me try it. See if it works because I'm fast, but not that strong as Biel.
Alright, ready your curse. And I hold out. Yeah, I don't think BL should be able to do this one. So I give it to Skins.
Well, have Nemi like use the spell as soon as he attunes to it.
I know, I just said Nimi, ready your curse. Ready to remove curse.
Oh,
It's funny. You guys don't even know if the other items you've already attuned to are cursed yet or not.
They don't, because they never checked.
Yeah, you guys could be cursed, and until it comes up, I won't have
And
to
this
tell
one
you.
could not have a curse, and we're just removing curse for no reason.
You guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
now we can. You're real quiet sometimes, so it's hard to hear. But is Skins the one that's attuning to it?
Skins will do it as long
Okay.
as he doesn't get fucked in the asshole.
You know, you
You
guys
see-
aren't going to sit here for a full hour. You continue walking while doing this.
You see William really nervously looking at Skins with the sword.
Yeah. But over the course of the time that an hour takes, you feel that you're really close to getting the full understanding. Convey that to Nim. As you complete and get the full understanding, you understand a few interesting things. It's not cursed, and Nim, not knowing this, immediately cast remove curse on you,
That means
though it's
wild
ineffective.
magic. That means wild magic, because you cast a high level spell.
Oh yeah, then go ahead and roll wild magic because
Well,
of
Let's
that.
go! Let's go! It has to. We have to end on a bang here. We have to end on a bang here.
Yeah, end your journey on a bang.
7.
Seven. Oh, that's low. Let me
You're
look
gonna-
at that.
67.
Oh, 67.
Yeah.
You are frightened by the nearest creature until the end of your next turn.
Okay,
What?
so she cast remove curse, and then immediately freaking her eyes widen, and she starts sprinting away from you guys, trying to get as far away from Skins as possible because something's wrong. She cast the spell, and she thinks something's wrong at least as she starts running away.
And
Skins,
then at the end
however,
of her
looks at
next
the
turn,
item
okay.
and is like, "Yeah."
After her next turn, at the end of her turn, she's just okay again.
She sprints
just
like
gonna,
100
like-
foot away and then just comes back.
I'm gonna sprint after her and like pick her up just to make sure that she doesn't like wander off a cliff somewhere. Just so scared, she cartoon runs off a cliff, continues to run even though there's no ground, looks down and falls.
So Skins, what is that sword? What's the sword do, huh?
I don't
As the
feel any
ask that
different.
question, the information of the sword, you know the properties that it has for you, at least, are that the blade will constantly emit a shadow, which you can, at any point, command to create a wall of ash. You can, while swinging this sword, wherever you attack, you can create a line of ash, and this is 3 times a day you can do this, 15 foot long. So let's say the creature's in front of you, and you stab it. Where the creature is, across a line that's 15 foot long, that's straight, you can create an opaque wall of ash that no one can see through. The other use that you notice is this is a +1 weapon, as well as that opaque wall of ash. If a creature walks through it willingly, they take a D10 poison damage.
Alright, and I convey that.
Yeah, you convey that usage.
Okay.
Skins is going to just like flip it and then give it to him, unattuning to it immediately. And then that's that. The Skins will look at Nemi as like, you okay? Why'd you just run?
Wild magic. That's why.
Oh yeah, I guess we're still in that range, aren't we?
Sword,
Okay.
do I want an extra D6?
One thing you do notice that is slightly different, William, and one thing I will tell you, and you necessarily have no way to reference this, but the shadow that is leaking out of the blade looks far darker to you. It looks near pitch black, like you cannot even see through it, while the others can look at the blade and see the blade and the shadow leaking out, but still see the blade. You, however, as you look upon it, the shadows are much darker, and you cannot even see the blade for the shadows in front of you.
Do I want an ashy sword or an extra D6 sword?
You can kind of infer that your god is the god of, or your deity is the deity of shadow, or at least that's what he's portrayed himself as, and darkness, and the void. So it may or may not have additional effects when you use it.
Yeah, I can. It's pretty simple.
Are you attuning to it, or are you waiting?
I tuned to it for a second, see my sword. Yeah, the sword kind of like dissipate. I'm like, oh no. No. It's so good though. You seem like Pal. You seem like Pal is just like looks at his two swords like.
Skins.
I love you, baby, but like, it's a shadow sword. Come on, what do you expect?
Skins is ignoring William's antics at this point, is because he's focused on other things.
He's talking to his sword.
Wait, Trent. I came up for a name for the one dude.
The deity?
My deity.
Yeah.
It's Yitzir.
Yitzir.
I did a randomized name thing, and it said Yitzir, and I thought it actually sounded cool.
Okay, I'll write that down.
And I do attune to it, losing the properties of that extra D6 of the sword.
Well, I'm pretty sure that sword is now sellable now.
No, it dissipates.
Yep.
Oh.
He breaks his swords whenever he attunes to a new one.
Yep.
And you focus, looking at the sword you've cherished for so long, and then at the new one, and begin the process of changing your, actual attunement to the other.
And you see, as the more I attune to the sword, the more the sword, like the other one, dissipates into the arm. Like
And the
right
longer
arm.
the shadows on the new sword become. After the hour, that it takes to attune to an object, it's getting late now on this day, and that only, next to the campfire, intensifies the darkness that only you really seem to be able to tell is exuded from this sword, William. After attuning to it, you get those original properties. You can make a opaque wall of ash, but your opaque wall of ash does 2d10 damage, not 1d10. You can use your charisma modifier amount of days, or times a day.
How big is the wall?
Do what?
How big's the wall?
15 foot still.
Okay.
Your sword is still a +1, but you also have an additional use that no one else could have really harnessed to its full extent. You can swing your sword out like a spear and stab forward, launching the shadow from the sword into a tentacle blackness that will latch on to the enemy. You can cast Witch Bolt at 4th level for free twice a day.
Well, that's pretty cool.
And that is the end of the additional list. But you also feel that sometime in the near future, the potential energy in the air will grant you something, beyond your previous capabilities. By the
And
way,
I
you still
don't.
have your wild magic thing still. That's something you keep.
I know that. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
write that down then.
All right.
And that's it. So 2d10 wall of ash, 15 foot plus one weapon, swings out, witch bolt 4th level 2 times a day.
And your wall can be used charisma modifier amounts of times a day, instead of just set 3 times.
Okay. Whew.
And that is the end of your additional list as of now, at least.
And then something cool happens.
Something may or may not, increase those
Sometimes.
capabilities at some point.
So I said, sorry, wall magic 2 times, something happens sometimes.
Yeah.
And I don't know what my extra boon is, right?
No, not yet. You haven't gotten it. There seems to be a delay of some sort, like a hesitance. But,
Wait, so what are the boons?
like skins, if he rolls a natural 20, this is just something he has on every bow and arrow. He got this for overcoming the challenge of Rias the wizard the first time. There was a troop of slavers that like nearly enslaved them and did enslave their friend Zeal, which is a far higher level. She was like a 15th level fighter, and they were like level 5. So it was a hard fight. He overthrew that, and overcame that difficulty. And for that, the Stormlord gave him the ability, when he rolls a natural 20, to do lightning damage and, some other thing. I can't remember. Then when he fought Rias again and overcame a near-death trap where a bunch of elementals were sent at them from Rias, the wizard yet again, he increased the Stormlord increased the amount of lightning damage, gave him advantage on stealth during storms, and he could cast Call Lightning. I think Wisdom modifier times a day or something, but it took an action to do.
That's a joke.
Do what?
I said, is Rias hot? That's a joke.
And then
I mean, that's up
my
to you to determine. I don't know how you determine a hot guy. He's
Wait.
pretty thin, and you haven't even seen. No one's seen his body because he keeps it covered up by a star cloak. Like William, though, when he did his first godly action, where he broke a chain that was holding up a hovering pillar, breaking an ancient tomb, basically, he got the ability to suck a soul out of a creature and cast wild magic.
Yep.
And no one else has gotten any realistically because everyone else has been too revolving door to give it to them.
Yeah, and that's why those like veiny tentacles in my arm now is because
Wait,
of this.
2 revolving door? What do you mean by that?
Oscar left just before he was getting his, and both Blake and Connor's characters left. Blake was supposed to get his on this venture alongside Damien.
Yep.
And I didn't get one yet because I just joined.
Yeah, well, same with Willow. Like, you guys joined one session within each other. You're likely to get one not too far in the future, but as of now, it's mostly you guys have played for. You were in the same adventure that I had planned for like a month before we even played it, because everybody was struggling to actually play the game. And so now you guys are just getting to the area where you actually could have a boon, because now you're beyond the point where I had it planned for more than a month. But either way, after your birthday party, after attuning to all these objects, and eating a Yeti, and fighting off a BL who goes crazed every 30 days, you guys finally reach Ballenpost. The city itself has some damage from the earthquake. You can see, though it is a tent city, so it's pretty easy to repair, that some of the larger tents and even some of the walls from the actual fortress itself are kind of shaken and some damage has been sustained. No one seems to care to repair it, though, as there's no effort to repair the walls of Ballenpost. You see that the dock has several ships, and there seems to be an exodus of people both entering and leaving aeor, the Aeorian area at the same time.
Wait, I need to drop that knife and cannonball.
What do you mean?
Because they, like you said, that like they would come after me if I don't. Like,
Are you just going to leave it at Ballenpost?
guys, what should we do with this?
Skins
All
is
right.
gonna look
Let's
at the
just leave it here.
cannonball.
Just drop it.
Maybe throw it somewhere away from the town.
There.
Throw it in the
I'll
ocean.
throw. I just kind of look at it and it's like, I guess you don't want me to have this anymore? I'm waiting for a response.
You can
Like-
see that the sword that, normally would have, or you normally have just in your hands prepared for combat, as you look down at the knife cannonball combo in your other hand, the verdant blackness, not verdant blackness, but intense blackness, starts to waft the way of the cannonball. There's a difficulty. You understand that it's trying to give you some hint, the creature that you know as your deity, but it's having a hard time doing anything. That's the same reason that you're not getting a boon right now. And you understand that there is a difficulty and a hesitance to every action that it may be trying to give you. There's something holding it back that you're not quite sure what it is yet.
I don't know what that meant. Listen, like, and so that means you're still here with me because you gave me a sign. Don't know what you meant by that, and also like don't want to get killed by like 100,000 robots. So I'm gonna just drop it a little over here.
Okay, so
And
you're
like-
going to go like a mile. You're like still looking at a good distance away from the city. So you're gonna like hide it under some snow or something.
Yeah. Be like,
Okay.
just put it. If you
Wait,
if you want me to do something, just kind of like stab me in the back or something. Then I understand to keep it. I'll just keep it there.
So what are you doing?
I drop it into the snow.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you're like mumbling. I can't hear what you're saying.
I said, if you want me to keep this, just kind of like stab me in the back. But if you don't, I'm just gonna put it right here for now.
Okay, so you buried under some like a foot or so of snow, covering it up well, patting it down to try and keep it in place. And I guess make your way into Ballinpost.
Yep.
You see the busy streets and familiar faces, BL, and well, not even that busy, averagely busy. For the rest of you, it looks to be pretty dead. You've been to bigger cities, a lot of bigger cities. You're really overwhelmed and happy to be back in society. It's been 4 or so months since you left this place. You're finally returning. This is
finally,
a joyful day.
I never thought I'd actually love to see people.
But you're not quite out of the woods yet, as the first thing you notice is several glass blades, which are a mercenary force that protects the outpost, rushing your direction and immediately pointing swords and starting to surround you in the tent city. Several of the citizens that aren't necessarily fighters at the moment are just kind of step out the way and shrug it off like, I don't care. But the glass blades start pointing weapons at you, and one of the dwarves that seemingly has a higher standing, long beard, black hair, scarred up face, heavy armor, great sword in hand. He has a shield strapped across his back along with another sword, maybe for closer quarter situations. Looks over at you, or looks up at you, most of you, and calls out, So, prisoner, or are they controlling you right now? Is this like an attack or something, or why are you bringing one in here? You know this is Empire funded, right? This entire place.
Is he talking to BL?
He's talking just to your troop in general, just looking at all of you.
I think because Nimi's a drow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what the time I
A drow walking into an Empire-funded place immediately
We didn't,
draws some
think
attention.
we didn't think about that, did we?
Nope.
No.
I'm gonna. You're not
okay,
racist,
so-
but I'm gonna go see what Mom's yelling about. BRB.
Chase, what level are you? Are you actually a 7th level fighter this time?
What?
Are
You
you a
level
seven-
up to 7 right now. if
Are
you're
you
not.
are you level 7?
Give me a second. I should be level 7 now.
Okay.
The only stupid thing I forgot to do is I still have forgot to do my health. Someone, okay, so how do you do health again? You roll your hit die and then add
You
your.
don't. You don't have to.
Don't
We
have
don't.
to.
You don't have to roll. Rolling is actually kind of worse because you could get less. To take average, it's 6 plus your con mod.
Wait, he's a fire, so it's a D10, isn't it?
No, he's gaining health, and he doesn't. He can't.
6 plus con, so I get. Okay.
How much health do you get?
6 plus con, I get 9 health, which brings me up to 80 health.
Not bad.
Did you do the ability skill improvement for level 6?
This is the what?
Did you do the ability skill improvement for level 6 fighter?
I don't know if I did or didn't. I think I did, and because I think I did, I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have good. I literally have good stats anyway. Wait, yeah, I think I did it
Okay.
because I have 20 strength, 17 con, 18 intelligence, 14 dex, 7 wisdom, and 12 charisma.
Well, good news, Chase, is at next next level you get ability score improvement
At level 9?
at level 8.
Hey,
Oh, why do I think I was level 8? You want to know the cool thing about my character though?
What?
If you add in the fact that, if you add in the werebear form, that's 4
Okay.
times the level. So
28
4
health.
times 7.
28 health.
What'd you say?
28.
28.
Sure, are you still recording? Just making sure.
I will check to see if. Yeah, it's still good.
Okay.
Hey,
But yeah, he
Yeah.
asked you more or less, are we under attack? Is she controlling you? Is she your prisoner? What's going on here?
I'm gonna look at the dude because I've stayed out of everyone here. I've stayed the most in Ballon Post. I'm kind of I wouldn't say I'm known around the place,
He
but
knows
I'm
your
like
face. You're a passing face, but he knows.
I'm the
you.
only friendly one in Ballon Post. Everyone else is just like morbidly angry at the world.
Yeah, they hate this
I'm the
place.
only one that was smiling. I'm just go, sir. This is as weird as it seems. This is, and I'm trying to think of something. I'm like, what could I say? This is a curse that we got from going deep into the forsaken place over there. It made this poor young human woman into a drow. We can fix it, just not here. That's why we have to leave. Thank you for your concern, though.
We have a few questions. You're not free to go quite yet.
Of course.
So the biggest question is, that person definitely is religious, right? Like, I can see the whole get up of a cleric, They got a holy symbol. I don't even know what that is, what god that is. I'm not sure. But they got a holy symbol. They got a mace. They got the whole outfit of a cleric going on. They are obviously religious. If it was a curse, can't they get rid of their own curses?
yes, she's already told us about that. We have to go to a certain place to do it.
It's the
So
one.
she's
who
weak.
brought- the
Yeah,
one
she's a really weak cleric. She's a really weak one.
What
Yes,
god do
she's-
you worship? Drow?
Nimi said her mic keeps muting, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at him like the curse is basically messed up her brain. She can't speak. She's mute, and she has a problem understanding.
Dol Ara?
Huh?
I don't know who Dol Ara is.
that was the moon. That was the thing you told her was the god's name.
Ah! Okay, so you say Dol Ara, which I'm not sure when I said that.
You
But
said
yeah.
that because she has two things because of her background and her cleric, and you said that the Moon Reaver and Dalara is her gods.
Okay, yeah. They're mostly referred to as Lightbringer or the Luxon. I'm not sure when I said Dol Ara, but I may have seen it somewhere, so I'm just going to assume that's correct. Dol Ara and Moonweaver, you say to him.
Thank you.
So he messed up her brain. She's mute, yet she speaks, as well as the Moonweaver. First off, that is open treason. And Do'Ara, which mostly referred to in the Drow community as the Lightbringer or Luxon. Also, far worse than open treason.
That's all a part of the mind melt. What the creature, I'm guessing was a wizard. We had to slay it. What it did was when it cast the spell, it made her change her identity. The real her's in there. We're just having to go to a special kind of wizard
To get her back out.
to fix her.
Yeah.
Well, whatever she says right now is obviously going to sound like treason because who would ever actually be a drow and come here? You'd be an idiot too. So,
Or you could just be a, representative of the Kreen. Actually, doing their own research. It is a little odd to come here as a drow. I understand where you're coming from, so your argument isn't entirely, thrown to the wayside, but I have never seen this strange magic, as well as there is drow operatives in the area. And she just referenced some that I didn't know the symbol. She knows the symbol. She's carrying it.
okay, BL's just going to be like, oh shit, what am I going to do? He kind of takes a second to think, and then he looks at them because no one in Balin Post knows he's a werebear, except for probably who is the dude?
His name was Dagon.
Dagon that I was training with.
Yeah, but the problem is that he said he was leaving after you left.
Yeah.
To go to Marquette.
So he's the only one that knew I was a werebear. So, and if he's left, then I'm pretty sure he didn't tell anyone else. I say, I'm going to look at him and be like, well, I was cursed too. See, they made me, and then I changed to my werebear form, and I speak to him telepathically. I'm like, they made me some kind of monster.
You see the glass blades, a few of the younger ones tense up and, grip their weapons harder. Even one of them, draws their blade fully out and points at your direction with two hands. Some of the mostly older ones just are unfazed. They're not that worried about it. You're gonna cast Charm Person. Okay. I'm gonna let you refrain from that action if you want. Yeah, there's more than one of them.
Yeah, it might be bad if we're trying to calm them down from having a drow, and the drow just starts casting a spell.
Yeah. Especially now, they're even closer to attacking you because some of the younger ones, at least, are worried about the werebear form.
But I'm like, I was cursed too. I'm trying to get this fixed as well. I'm sorry for scaring your younger cadets, but I needed to show you that not just one of us is cursed. I mean, the other one over there, when he originally came here, wasn't even a goblin. He was a great, probably 6'7" man. They cursed him because he doesn't like being short.
I'm assuming you're pointing at Skins.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak telepathically to Skins. I'm just gonna say, pretend you're a dude that changed into a goblin. Pretend you're a dude that changed into a goblin.
Skins is like gonna look around, and then he's just like gonna look. Is there any elves in this area that are like around us?
There's a few elves. Not much in the Glassblade. You probably see one elf in the Glassblade. You're unsure about their age, as elves can be anywhere.
Right, well,
but most dwarves.
I just wanted to know if they were elves. Okay, so and Skins is going to like speak fluent Elvish. It's like, say, I'm sorry, I can't understand what anyone is saying. You. Do you understand Common? Do you understand Common?
The other elf?
Yes, I point at the other elf.
A very lanky, thin elf looks over at you, short cut hair, and they're just like, okay, yes, I understand Common. Do you not?
Okay.
How did you get a job up here?
I used to be an elf, and I didn't bother to try and learn Common, because why would I? Now, could you please tell everyone to drop their weapons, please, and say that we are cursed. Okay? I do not want to be this goblin anymore. I wish to go somewhere else to get it back into my beautiful form.
That is fair. He looks over and starts speaking in a language that you do actually understand. First off, make a deception check.
With advantage?
I would say with advantage, because it's really hard for a goblin to know Elvish.
Okay, well,
And
this
the
is
only
gonna...
reason you do is because you have 2 drow that do know Elvish, Undercommon, and...
Oh, wait, I don't have MRPG up.
Really interesting of a thing to be like, how can I be cursed?
Trent, I completely forgot the Empire doesn't like Drow.
Yeah,
They
we all
also
do.
don't like... They also
The
don't like
goblins.
the drow
Oh,
entity.
a 19! A 19, Trent!
Nor the
Thank God I had advantage. I rolled a natural 1 first, I got a 19.
Wait, Trent, what'd you say?
They also don't like the Luxon, which is the drow, like, major religious dude. Like, that's what most drow worship is Dol-Ar or the or they call the Lightbringer or the Luxon. They have like 6 different names for the dude. But
Isn't that the dude that basically lets them reincarnate or something?
yeah, that's the one that lets them reincarnate. At least they think it really does. It kind of just transfers memories. Kind of reincarnation, yeah. But they also don't even know anything about him. Most drow don't. But the Empire definitely don't like him, mostly because the drow worship him. And 19, you're pretty confident that, that they actually believe you, this elf does. He looks to believe you, at least. And he looks over at the dwarvish general man. Just goes, yeah. How would a goblin learn Elvish? How would a goblin even survive up here? He has a bow as big as himself. Only an elf could shoot it, or at least have the skill to shoot it, even now in a goblin form. The dwarf looks over and just goes, yeah, story does line up. He looks over at William. Why weren't you cursed? What's special about you?
Oh, I am cursed. And I open like my chest area and see this? I'm like slowly decaying. And you guys see like where my heart would be at my chest, you just see like a black void open up. And it just kind of like illuminates kind of like a breeze and ash. And I'm like slowly dying because I'm still shaking a little. And we're all kind of cursed here, and we're all trying to go somewhere to get fixed.
This was the best excuse because we all a bunch of...
Every one of you is so weird that of course it works.
Yeah, and the thing
I'm
was,
slowly decaying, and I'll even show like my veins are now covered in like the black veins also form up. You see, I'm slowly decaying.
I start. I make my my eye that has the stuff wrong with it. The one that has the 2 like fiery triangles in the middle. My helmet's off, and I start making them spin around. I'm like, the curse is hurting me. I'm just like, the curse is hurting me. The curse is hurting me.
The general looks up at you and just goes, God. Okay, yeah, that lines up, I guess. Do you guys have money to book passage back to the mainland?
Yes.
Well, then do so quickly. You're not staying here more than a night. If y'all curse, we ain't wanting it spreading.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Skins is just standing there impatiently as he's trying to act like he's
An elf.
an elf wanting to go back to his normal form.
The moment he says like they're not start spreading, like I just kind of like cough to the side a little bit, like.
I telepathically say to all of you, like just everyone in our party, not the other guys. I telepathically just go, "This stupid motherfucker."
This works so well. Oh my god.
You guys are let free as he says, "Men, I guess stand down and get back to your posts. We'll be watching you. Don't cause any ruckus now. If your curse starts getting too bad, we will kill you. We're not going to hesitate. Now, we have too many people coming back from aeor with dangerous artifacts trying to kill everybody. And you guys are cursed. So, Don't spread it
I look at him.
and stay
I
home.
look at the dude. I'm like, my armor keeps my curse from spreading to anyone else. The elf that turned to a goblin, his curse can't spread. The one who's decaying from the inside
The
out, he's
lightning.
keeping his.
The lightning
Huh?
arm. The lightning on my arm keeps it from spreading.
Yeah, and look at over at Nemi. I'm just like, oh, and the one who's been turned into a drow. Well, most gods hate the drow because they're filthy scum, so they kind of help her contain it, and we just start scuttling away.
Fair, don't cause any trouble. And then he
Thank you
just
for your
goes back to his
hospitality.
post.
we'll just leave, and Skin just like he in his head, he's just like screaming in his head. He's like, I can't believe that worked.
I can't believe I had to show myself as a dead person to believe I was cursed.
Skins is gonna continue speaking Elvish until he gets on the boat and he's like far away from Bowman Post.
So you guys walk down to
I
the
look
docks.
at Skins. I'm like, this motherfucker's dumb as hell.
And
Oh my god.
you do notice a small trail as the glass blades are wary of you, so they're following you from a good distance. At least one of them is. Mostly the elf, as he seems pretty suspicious of this goblin, and you remaining speaking Elvish is a good idea. But you head up to the actual docks and see one of 3 ships. One of them is the large metal icebreaker you rode on to get here. One of them looks to be a merchant ship. Large, mostly made of wood. There's a small tip of metal on the front. And it seems to be a trading ship, more or less. And then you look at an entirely war-based vessel. One that is pure metal and full of artillery. And it doesn't even seem to be carrying passengers. It just seems to be here to stop any naval invasion of Ballon Post. We have a minute left,
Yeah.
so choosing a ship will happen after the minute is
Yeah.
reset.
Why wouldn't we just go back to the normal icebreaker? I mean, we came on that boat, so I mean we'll probably do that. I have a feeling there's probably something going on.
We all had to use our
I'm
bad
surprised.
thing.
I'm surprised I even made it. I have +02 deception. Okay.
Wait, well, I'm watching Trenches.
What it is?
We can see you doing everything.
Yeah, no. I'm just gonna see. Okay, it says less than a minute. I wonder if it's actually just gonna kick us out.
It will.
Oh, it does. It does.
Yeah, it will.
Okay, I don't know if we've actually let it do it, but I would kick us out for your hand. Okay. I hate the breaks we have to take. I hate it. It is annoying. Very annoying.
No more. Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die.
Also, Chase, no, your sword isn't cursed.
Jace isn't here.
Oh, well, actually, he doesn't know if it's cursed. So I don't even know. You don't think it's cursed.
What, you kind of already told me.
Well, it's not cursed at the moment.
Dude, I can't-
I
I
can
can't
decide
believe
at any point it's cursed.
I can't believe that actually worked with my +02 deception.
We all had to use our insecurities to.
Yeah, I was like, Well,
Well,
Nim,
Yo,
Nim
I'm
really
dead.
didn't. You guys just bullied Nim. You're like, bro, ugly garbage drow got cursed
Well,
to
no,
make him
only BL did.
retarded.
Literally,
Oh,
only BL.
I immediately go, like, as soon as we're out of earshot from anyone, actually, I can just telepathically say, I just telepathically said, I am so sorry. I think so highly of the drow. I didn't mean anything. Please don't
Oh,
take offense.
by the way, Willow told me that she's gonna hit BL with a chair.
Yeah, she's been carrying that chair from aeor for 2 months and smacks you over the head with it, shattering it before you get on the boat. It's a pretty long chair. It doesn't hurt that much. It's just, you know.
I just turn around and I look at her and I'm trying to see if any of like if any of the glass people are around. I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna say really loudly on purpose, man, what being a drow has made you such a raging bitch.
What?
just so they think she did it because she's a drow.
We're on Zoom. But you guys make it up to the boats that are sitting before you. You have the 2 options that are actually carrying passengers, or you could try and hitchhike a passage on the 3rd military ship that seems to be ready to leave.
I would rather just go back to the icebreaker.
Okay, so you walk over to the icebreaker and see, you know, the regular crew that you've already paid attention to. The familiar captain looking over at you guys. And that elf is still following you. That glassblade elf is still following you. He's trying to listen in.
And Skins will obviously notice, and then we'll try speaking Elvish to the guy.
I could probably, since I'm in werebear form, I could probably smell that the guy's near, just because he's like the only elf here.
Stinky.
That's following, so I can just kind of like smell him. So I tell everyone telepathically, hey, the guy's probably still around us somewhere, listening in. Act like the story we made up.
But you walk up to the familiar...
I'm gonna like lay down on the ground and start spazzing. The moment
the captain looks at you and just goes,
like CPR.
What is wrong with you folk? We just had you on this boat.
And I use that like witch bolt spell and I strike it straight through the sky. I'm like,
I feel like a tiny I feel like a really tiny dink to the back of my helmet. Like, did a bug just what?
Insulting Nim by saying she's a bug. The captain looks at you guys and just starts shaking his head. Just goes, I know who you are. This is a small dwarvish fellow, very similar to the other one. They start to look the same when their scars cover most of their face. And he just like looks at all of you and just goes, you were the voice of reason last time, Goblin. What's going on?
Skins is gonna like smile at him, and then like he's gonna have Beanie send a mental image to the guard saying like we're being followed by a elf.
Sends a mental image of the elf following behind you guys, and he just goes, so what? That's the peacekeeping force. Are you worried about them trying to kill you in the street or something?
Skins is gonna like look at him for a second, and then kind of like point at Nimmy.
Yeah, that's odd. That is odd. Yeah, you guys came here. Okay, this story don't make sense to me either. I'm not gonna ask that much. You came here with an archmage, a robot, and an elf. You are leaving here with an elf, but drow, no robot, instead, a man with fur everywhere. You are apparently, this one's dying now? He seems to be spasming on the floor and screaming.
I speak to the door. I speak to the door using telepathy. I'm just like, I'm a werebear.
Yeah, that just makes it weirder. That don't explain nothing. That makes it weirder.
I'm gonna ask him in Elvish if he can understand Elvish. It's like, look,
Stop
can we just
speaking fairy language? Stop it. No fairy language here. Dwarvish or English. That's it.
Skins is gonna look at Skins is gonna look at Bill, do you speak Elvish?
Actually, I can speak a good amount of languages just because the whole encounter crap gave me a bunch of languages, and it fit in with the being able to like a traveler, so I can speak a lot of stuff. I don't think I have it written down, but I think I can speak Common, Elvish, Draconic,
You
and
should write that down so you actually have a solidified language list.
I have Common, Elvish, Goblin, and
I know you said Draconic at one point that you can speak, BL.
okay, so
Because you're the only one who can understand the dragon,
No,
remember?
I can speak Draconic.
Oh, never mind. Both of you
I
understand.
have Common, Elvish, Goblin, Infernal, Draconic.
I can speak Common, Elvish.
Okay, so everyone can speak Elvish. Okay, good.
Yeah, the other one I really don't remember, but I think it's nothing useful. Like it's like a
Okay.
maybe it's infernal. No, I don't think it'd be infernal.
Skins?
It's so unuseful that I didn't remember it, so I don't really care.
All right. Well, Skins is gonna look at everyone as he can obviously understand that everyone hears him now. And he's gonna continue speaking in Elvish. Can someone please talk to him about getting us on board?
No can do, buddy. I'm spazzing out.
Can someone do what?
Can someone ask the dude to if we can get on board?
Did you say
Did
that
I
in common?
follow
Let us
that?
on board.
Nimi just said, let us on board.
He looks at you and just goes, yeah, I know you want on board. So why are you, now, it don't even matter. Can you pay me for your return trip? Can you pay me?
Skins will immediately pull out a bag of coin.
Alright. I'm not gonna try,
I pull out
never
Yeti
mind.
fur.
Do what?
I pull out the Yeti fur and I just kind of like stare at him.
I don't trade in goods. I'm a passenger ship. I have military capabilities, but I ain't trading. That ain't my thing. Either way, it's a 50 gold return passage. We're leaving in about a day, maybe a day and a half. So you can just wait below deck. But the glass blade, if the glass blades come looking, I mean, they're gonna be at a sea. I can't say, "Oh, policeman, you can't come in my house." That ain't how it works.
Wait, I have a question. Did we get paid from the Archmage yet?
Nope.
We have to return to Rexington.
Yeah, we have to go back to Rex.
Okay. How much is he paying us? Do we know
2,000.
yet?
Yeah.
He paid you
Each.
2,000 at the beginning. That's why I gave you 2,000 extra to start with, on top of your regular starting gold, and you get 2,000 upon completion.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so to pay this dude's 50.
Is it 50
Cool.
each or just total?
50 each.
Okay, well, I paid my 50.
I paid my 50.
I'll calm down and then be like, oh yeah, 50 gold. Here you go.
Can someone else give me the 50? I don't want to touch the gold of the man who is writhing on the floor dying.
I'm using my left hand.
Yeah, that doesn't make it different. You seem to have the plague, right? How about one of your friends give me 50 gold and you pay him back?
Skins is gonna look at BL. Kind of just like do it because he can't.
I think Nimi already put 50-50.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so she's paying for William as well.
Yep.
Thank you, Nimi, and I'll hand my 50 gold to Nimi.
Thank
Yep.
you. Stay in your room. Don't come out your room. He points at William. I don't want you scaring off the other passengers. Either way, just I'm going back to my work. You guys can do whatever.
The Skins is going to go waiting down below and just like he's just gonna wait. He's just gonna be continually speaking in Elvish until he knows that we've left port.
What are you saying, Elvis?
He doesn't
What?
mean that. He doesn't
What do you
mean.
say, Elvis? What do you say? The
I just-
entire journey. What do you say?
I don't say I don't speak until spoken to.
Right now, describe literally every conversation you're going to have.
Every
over
word
this
you
several
will
day trip.
say during this trip.
But you guys, I'm assuming you're just going below deck and waiting until
Yep.
you're leaving.
I'll lock myself in my room and not come out.
All right. The day passes. Halfway through the next day, you feel the boat begin to undock and actually leave port. The journey is calm. Still about 6 days on the water. So it's about the 27th of, or not 27th, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's about the 11th of Sinistar.
This is the most bomb-ass burrito I've ever eaten.
Yeah. You guys make your way back to back to the military port, which a quick walk to Rexingtrum, less than a day's travel. Make your way into the bustling city, which none of you have actually entered before.
Wait, I'm putting the Yeti fur on our drow friend here, and make it look like she's like some sickly old woman that we have to like basically stand guard.
William has a disguise kit.
Yep.
Do none of you have disguise self?
No.
Okay, well, either way.
I use my disguise kit.
Unless I get some kind of weird new psychic ability where I can just like mess with everyone's mind in a mile radius, they're gonna notice there is a drow.
Louis, do you want me to use my disguise kit on you, or do you want to stay that way?
Do you want to stay a drow, or do you want to be transformed? Or at least attempted?
Wait for her to respond. Good thing she has to text it, because I don't think your mic works. Oh, she has disguise self.
Oh,
Well,
I didn't know
Perfect.
clerics had disguise self. I thought
Do
that was
they?
a wizard thing.
let me check. I'll check.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna check that.
Yeah, check that. I don't know. Well, we don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not like the say all end all power on things. I don't know things sometimes.
Hold on. Okay, so they don't get it normally, but let me check.
That's
Twilight
only for Trickster domain, I believe. There might be for Twilight,
Let me check.
but I know that Trickster gets it.
Disguise self is not a thing that she gets.
Okay,
Then I'll-
so yeah,
alright.
you don't have disguise self.
Do you want me to then use my disguise kit on you then? Yeah. Okay. So what do I roll for that?
Are you proficient?
I mean,
Yes.
look, I know I have it.
You might just have it. Some things you just have. Because I know that Charm bought a disguise kit and may have just given it to you guys, which I don't know.
I know I'm proficient with it because I'm the,
Well then, if you were proficient with it... Wait, no, you're not assassin yet, so you're probably not.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I just have it.
Okay, then just roll a dexterity check,
Dexterity.
which is just your dexterity modifier, and that's it, on a
Dexterity?
d20.
Let me check real quick. I might have it. I don't know. I might have proficiency. I probably don't.
D20 plus 3. Natural 20. 23.
Alright. You and Nim working together paint her entire body a separate, different color. As being a drow is bad, but being a dark-skinned elf is not. So, covering up her black skin with lighter colors, you make her a dark-skinned elf, covering her... I don't remember what color her hair is.
That's racist.
But turning it into a more regular, natural color.
It looks more like a wood elf now.
Yeah, you fit the description of a wood elf a lot more than you do a drow elf. Your clothing is a little odd, but the fashion of the Kreen has always intermingled with the Empire somewhat, especially on those higher-ups and richer people. So, you may just be a rich wood elf, for all anyone can necessarily say. If someone looked extremely closely and or dumped water on you, it might reveal that you're a drow. But unless they're actively telling you, okay, now I'm going to rub your arm and dump water in your hands, you should be good.
And Skins is gonna look through his satchel again. He's like, he's gonna like gently tap where the Dwindalian Prince Swindle's pardon is laying in his satchel, and he's just going to just keep walking as he's making sure, as he's still just a normal goblin.
Yes. But you guys find your way out of the military outpost, and luckily enough, on the ship is when you did this disguising. Otherwise, you would fall into the issue of still people looking at you. Make your way off the boat, quickly towards Rexingtrum, looking down upon the large city from a strange elevation that, doesn't really match that well, but it has a overlook somehow, realistically. But you look down upon it with some sections being covered in mud, some sections being covered in jewels. This is the capital and the greatest city in the empire. Hundreds of thousands of people wander amongst its streets, among 4 distinct districts. There's the Mosaic Ward, which is covered in art, and you can see it even from the slight distance that you are looking at it from. You can also see the Mudflap Ward really close to it and kind of encroaching on its borders. That is the slumish area, always covered in like a swampy mud that covers the place. It's most of the poor people's location, and probably the most dangerous to be at night. There is the very rich wards as well. There is 2 very shiny ones that obviously sparkle with richness, and as well as the castle in the middle of the city, separated off by a small moat. The king's castle, that is dying, or at least infirm, and you also see this city now far more brightly than you did before. Everything you look upon, the muds are browner. The green that separates you from it is greener. The last remnants of winter is leaving the land, and the extreme colorfulness and vividness that everything holds is even more obvious looking down upon a city of so many colors. You can even make out individual people wearing brightly colored outfits dancing in the street while you're nearly a mile, 2 miles off. You finish the walk over there, making sure your outfit's pristine before entering. I'm assuming find your ways to the candles, as that is one of the major locations of the city. Resting before the castle is 13, I believe. I would have to look again, but I think it's 13. Towers that are obviously wizard towers. They're extremely tall and somewhat crooked. They probably should not stand properly. They're kind of breaking the laws of physics a little bit. You see in these 13 towers, surrounded by metal gates, a very, very select few gardeners and very higher ups. And you can tell they're high up mostly because everyone inside, even the gardeners, are wearing extremely elaborate outfits. This is the only way to the king's castle. You have to pass through the candles to get to the gate of the king's castle to enter. Your goal is not the castle, but you have to get to the candles. Do what?
I have a question.
What's your question?
So, for my sword, I know it's a bit late to ask, but for the sword, can it be that I can use the thing, say if I used inflict wounds right at first level, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could use it, but on that same day, I could use inflict wounds at second level or first level, and then if I use first level again. I could only use 3 charges of it per day. Instead of, if I didn't want to do a bunch of damage to one dude with using all 3 of them, I could do one I have a max of 3 times I can do it today, and I can only. But if I say I did I want to kill this dude, but I don't want to use the full effect, and I use 2, so I hit him with 2 of them, 2 charges of it, and then later that day I'll be able to use the last charge for just level 1 inflict wounds.
That isn't really the functionality. The way it works is you kill creatures, and when you kill them, you use the bonus action to harvest pieces of their blood, the metal shooting out and stabbing harvesting a small portion on a piece of the blade. You gain a charge each time, and for every charge, which you can have a maximum of 3, you upcast inflict wounds by 1 level. So first level, second level, and then third level is the way you can use these charges to cast inflict wounds. You can only cast inflict wounds once a day, but it is, increased by the points or whatever you gain. You can't cast it multiple times. It is basically okay, today I need to kill this creature, and this is the most important creature of the day. That's when you would want to use it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And it's just a part of an attack. Like, you can still attack a second time. Like, you can do inflict wounds and then still get your second attack as a fighter.
Make sure you're recording, Trent.
I
Just
am.
in case.
I am.
Okay.
That won't shut off, unlike the stream, which is broken on YouTube.
Alright. So, I'm guessing we're free to do as we are, or do you have more descriptions?
You're free to go as you are. You know your goal is the candles, though. That's where you need to go to get the 2,000 gold. You know of several magic shops that you went to last time, as well as a clothing shop or two to get cold weather clothing. So you guys are able to explore the rest of Rexingtrum, going to any of the richer wards, or even the poorer districts if you'd like a rowdy time.
Okay, so Skins is going to look through his satchel again and bring out the white dragon scales that he got from earlier. He's going to be like, I wonder if I can make something out of this. And he's going to immediately just go for the nearest blacksmith.
Okay. As you enter the city, Skins is leading you towards a large smithing area in Rexingtrum. Are you guys going to follow, or would you rather go somewhere else?
Wait, so we're in Rexington, correct?
Yes, this is your home city and the biggest city in the Empire.
So
You know someone here is looking for you.
there's 2 people in this city that are looking for me.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, where are we in the place?
Rexingtrum.
Because my brother hates me because I bested him in combat, and he blamed it on me being a werebear, not just being better with a sword. And I have like an ex-girlfriend that hates me in the same city. I'm going to go see if I can find my father and mother while they're doing this really quickly.
Okay, so while they're going to the blacksmith, you're going to your house, or at least your old house.
I'm gonna give them the +1 axe and ask them to sell it for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You hand them the +1 hammer or whatever it is. Skins is going to a blacksmith. Who are you handing it to? You're handing it to Skins, right? To sell?
Yeah.
Okay. What about William and Nim? Are you guys going anywhere else? I can sell my fungus.
She's selling fungus.
Yeah, okay.
What fungus? Is it the stuff
That's the
on
stuff
the
they
ground?
found in the caves when you entered
Yeah.
Aeor for the first time. She was looking around in several puddles and found a magical fungus. Or stuff that could be used for spells. Fungus that can be used for spells.
Let me look.
Yeah, it's not. It's already on its it's been, remember, like 2.5 months since you picked it up. So it can still be used for its magical properties. It's just very not good. It's very mushy, and it smells terribly in the pouch you kept it in. What about you, William? Are you going somewhere else?
Let them do their things, and I'm gonna look if I have anyone next to. If I don't, probably just gonna
Okay.
look.
Let's go to Skins first. Skins, William, and Nim, I believe. Hey, they walk towards the blacksmith/market area, heading to one of the hubs of trade that the city has multiple of. You find your way into what looks to be a blacksmith shop run by mostly dwarves. This seems to be probably hired specifically on, the dwarvish skill level, to, hire all dwarves. This place seems to be a factory of different weapons and armors, and you also see several counters. You see 3 different counters. One of them, obviously a jeweler of sorts, operates in the finer of crafts. Everything that's next to him, that is on the shelves near him, and or on his counter, is all of extremely fine make, and is mostly there to appease to the richer folk. You see another one, which is a dwarf. It seems to have the actual best construction. Nothing flashy, always just utility. Every one of these are finely made and very durable weapons, but they're very basic weapons. In the last one, you see a familiar half-drow figure with a large billowing cloak and a agitated attitude, and just constantly excited. And he is drawing another familiar circle, though on his desk in front of him, clattering the swords to the side. He has silvery, like, white hair, and seems more drow than human, though you know him to be half drow, as in the other light you saw him, he was more human than drow. You see the familiar mage that William still owes a demon's name to, working in this shop now. Instead of Michael's Magics, he is now working somewhere else, and now in the Empire. And the familiar circle he's drawing seems to be a very much smaller summoning circle. As he looks at you guys entering, and just kind of gazes over your troop, looking much different than it did originally.
What I
Adding
can
2
do
new
now, I can
members.
summon a clear demon.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
It's a great idea. Really
Yeah.
good.
I control it.
But he looks up at you guys and then kind of remembers back, and like you see him start to think as he's drawing, and you see when he starts to like mess up on his drawing because his eyes close as he's thinking back to a past. A small imp pops out and then immediately finds a break in the circle, which he like freaking catches the imp by its neck. And instead of letting it escape, he just goes, no, 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 no. He gets stabbed several times by the impish tail, but slams it against the table and like holds it down. Welcome! Been a long time since I've seen you guys.
Oh, hello. Hi. Wait, hold on. Why are you doing here? Why are you not in Menagerie? Why are you in Rexington?
Well, I came under scrutiny. Stop doing it. Smacks the freaking imp in the face. Is still trying to stab him.
You help with that?
Yeah. Could one of you like stab it? Because it'll just go back to its plane. I can summon it later. It's trying to kill. I messed up. Sorry.
All right.
I came under scrutiny after you guys. You know, we did that little stunt with the Balor, and they found I was tax evading. So, or at least someone thinks I was tax evading. I definitely wasn't. I'm innocent. But, I had to move up here to avoid prosecution.
Can I insight check that tax evasion?
Make an insight check.
I will stab the imp.
You just finish off the imp. It's not a threat. It is being held down. So
Do I gain
19,
mom
Trent.
as a feature?
no, that is such below you that it won't even.
But Trent, found out I have a bandit captain that feels guilty for almost killing me in Rexington.
I have all of your stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I have it on my Chromebook if I want.
Okay. Yeah.
I got a 19 for that insight, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, he probably did tax evade. So, yeah, he probably is. And you know he's chaotic. He probably just did it so he could have more money to do his weird demon summoning experiments. As both times you've seen him now, in his natural environments, he's been trying to summon demons. This time an imp, last time a Balor. So,
Wait,
yeah.
he summoned Balor?
That was one of the first things they fought.
And and I helped summon it.
Yeah.
Wait, but I thought Balor's was like a challenge rating.
They
like,
are.
20.
They didn't fight it
Exactly.
themselves. That's where, a long time ago, they met a character called Zeal Brimstone. The first time they met her, Damien had broken the circle because he said he could do it when he couldn't do it. And she came to the rescue because she was part of the town guard there. And more or less, they stood by and watched the 3 major leaders of the place kill the thing. while they were cowering in fear and trying to steal magic items.
Hey, that's not what was happening.
You definitely thought you were going to get away with stealing all those magic items. You can't.
I mean, I did steal them, but I gave them back.
After
and
you
I
noticed.
I gained one. I gained one, and I wasted it on a fucking wolf fight.
Yeah. But yeah, that was one of the first things they fought, and that's how they met some of their closest allies in this campaign, was because they basically are like, okay, you're in debt now. You killed all these people. Pay for the Revivify stones. Stuff like that.
Which I did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Immediately.
But yeah, he just like no longer struggling with the imp, throws the ashes and like dusts them off the table as the imp only burns away and leaves ashes. He like grabs at his now freaking extremely wounded arm as it was stabbed several times by the imp and starts casting spells on it. So what you needing? You came to the magic table first. Probably because you saw me, but either way, what you needing?
You talking to Skins or William?
Just the troop. Any of you in the area.
Well, you know, I do owe you that name of demon, don't I?
Yeah. I don't know how you're gonna get that. I think you're gonna die trying to get it, so I'm not that worried about it. But if you have one, I'll take. Yeah, I would like to get paid back.
Is there a place where I could summon a demon here that won't freak out the entire town this time?
I mean, we can clear out the shelves, move them aside.
All right.
Yeah, let's summon a demon. Let's just clear.
I control it, and then I send it back after it dies.
Skins is gonna wave around as he's trying to do something else. It's like Skins is gonna look at Magic Mike, and he's gonna look at his bow, and then pull out a white dragon scale. Well, since this is a blacksmith, I'm hoping that, kind of wondering if you guys can do anything with this, as he shows the white dragon scale in his hand.
Well, yes. Yeah. Okay, we can do that. Yeah. Right now, okay. So are we summoning the demon first, or are we handling the dragon scales, which I don't know how you got, but which one are we doing first? Demon or scale?
William, how long is this going to take?
Give me a minute. I'm researching it. 1 second, guys. I'm looking at my notes. Go. How do I summon the
Okay,
demon?
Cast the spell as an action.
And then,
yeah, it's one action. I
then
just do it immediately.
Skins is gonna look at the wizard, but I have a few questions. All right, do you think he's gonna bring out his bow. You think you can like make the dragon scale stronger with the bow?
You mean make the bow stronger with the dragon scale?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Look, it kind of been in the rush.
Yeah. I can definitely do that. This is an already magical bow, correct?
Yes.
All right, cool. That ain't. I'm not a blacksmith. You know, I'm not a blacksmith. I'm a magic man. I create magic items. I can get the blacksmiths to start working on that for you, with my help. So it will take like a day or so to complete. Mostly because first off, we have to research exactly how to do it, because there ain't much dragon scales around here. Yeah, I'll take some fungus. What kind of fungus is it? You pull out your mush fungus. Yeah, I could definitely use that. Actually, I could use that to help with the dragon scales. So I'll just take that, and I'll take the 100 or so gold off the cost. That sound fair?
Well, it depends. How expensive is this?
Oh, yeah, you never, I didn't tell you that part. This right here, this, bow and dragon scale melding will take about a day's worth of work, and a lot of my time as well, and some powerful spells, so let's say 2,500 gold.
2,500. What is that?
2,500.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 2,500 gold seems about right.
And with the 100 gold mark off, that's 204.
Yeah, 2,400 gold. I'll just take that fungus. Yeah.
I don't think I have the money for that. Well,
I mean, you got a dragon scale. You can sell. I'll take some dragon scale. Sell me some dragon scale.
All right. Well, how much you willing to sell for?
I'm not selling dragon scale. You're selling me dragon scale.
That's true. Well, since these are rare and white dragons aren't really that easy to come by unless you're an isocross, correct?
In the northern regions, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not necessarily. There is a huge group of them in Isocross. Not always, though. Like, you don't have to go up there all the time.
Okay.
I'll pay you 500, 800 a scale.
500, 800?
I'll pay you 800 scale.
Remember,
Okay.
I have that sword. Well, it's not magic, so never mind.
Well, it's a +1 Warhammer thingy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave it to you so you could sell it.
Oh. Well, I don't think he wants the +1. I'll give that to a blacksmith. Alright.
Well, you do understand that the shopkeep setup here, this is the guy you go to about magical things. The jeweler is where you go to for very expensive and, high value goods like gems and or extremely fancy stuff. And the dwarf is where you go to for more practical and, actual regular weaponry. The more sturdy regular weaponry. So you probably would talk to him in this area about that.
And how many dragon scales did you say that I needed for the upgrading of my bow?
1 per weapon. You can put more than 1 on a weapon, but to upgrade the weapon, you need at least 1 scale.
And what would the upgrade do again?
You add a d6 of cold damage to a strike.
So what happens if I add 2 scales for it?
It goes up to a d8 to a d10.
Okay.
You could dump all your scales here and have 1 powerful weapon if you really want to.
Yeah, and what could I also use this for armor?
She's trying to bargain for 900 per scale. I pay you 900 per scale. What'd you say for armor?
For armor, what would it do for armor? Would it give it +1 armor?
Yeah. It becomes +1 armor for 2 scales. You can gain resistance to cold damage and a +1 armor. If you put it on a shield, it becomes a +1 shield. Stuff like that.
Skins will think for a second and bring out 3 dragon scales, and looks at them.
How many scales you got?
5.
You going to spend 3 on 1 weapon?
I'm gonna have 2 on 1 weapon, but I'm selling him 3 dragon scales.
Are you sure about that?
Wait,
Does
Yeah,
anyone want to, object, or are you going to let
I
him
would like
sell
to
most
upgrade
of
one
your
of my
dragon
weapons.
scales?
Can I have one of those dragon scales?
Alright, fine, sure. Here, just one dragon scale. Give me the 800 for it.
So you're just selling 1.
Yes.
All right. He will take the dragon scale out of your hand, look over it, cast a quick spell to make sure it's real. That is interesting. Well, and he reaches down below his counter, just seems to press a few knocks. A chest appears next to him, hovering in midair. He opens it up, scoops out a handful of gold, starts counting it. All right, here you go, 800 gold.
Alright, thank you, and
Make sure that's real.
yep, true. But I'll count it second. And Skins will count it.
He grabs his heart as if wounded. You wound me, sir. I would never scam anyone, especially not the government.
Is it actually 800 gold?
Yeah, he pays you 800 gold.
Okay. We have 30 seconds left.
Oh, reset.
Wait, Trent,
What?
let me ask you a question really quick. Will I have a chance to go to the blacksmith shop after I'm done talking
Yeah,
to
you guys
these?
aren't in any rush. You have no time limit here.
Okay, because I wanna at least get my armor. Wait, could I put a dragon scale on my sword?
Yes. And it gives you an extra d6.
They're gonna sell all their dragon skills, bro. They ain't gonna have none. they have 5 dragon scales. He sells 1, that gives him 4 remaining. If he puts 2 on a weapon, one of them ain't getting no dragon scales. I don't know about that. That don't seem smart. To just go, okay, everybody gets one except you, to someone. I get 2 for some reason. Alright. Sorry if the voices all sound the same. I'm not the best at making voices. It's only been 2 hours. I'm actually really surprised. Doo-doo. Who's here? Willow.
Also, I hope you know I'm using 2 of these dragon scales for myself.
I already have a dragon scale.
Yeah,
I
okay.
just took one from you.
Yeah, okay. About that, I'm just gonna say, you realize there's 5 dragon scales. He sells
Yeah.
1, there's 4. He takes 2. One of you don't get a dragon scale to use.
Yep.
So, I don't know if everybody wants to be okay with that or what, but
I already have one.
yeah, you have one. What I mean is everyone cool with him just taking all your dragon scales?
Okay, so there's 5.
Oh, by
Well,
the
I'm
way,
not gonna-
I do have
I'm-
one thing. If you guys do end up getting more dragon scales, you cannot put a fire dragon and an ice dragon scale on the same weapon.
Yeah.
So
Also-
certain ones will cancel each other out. Just wanna
Also,
make sure you
Willow,
guys know that.
I'm not bartering for 900 gold. Unless you're trying to do that.
She was.
I mean, yeah, you could try and do that. Make a persuasion check to see if he'll hand you the extra 100, because we're kind of delayed since you have to type it forever.
Yeah.
And did you add your persuasion?
Probably not.
So you should know.
Bruh.
Add a 2 to that, so 16.
16? He looks at you and just goes, I'll give you 5 or 850. I mean, that fair? I'm not going any higher. I was already edging on 800. I'll give you 850, not 900. He'll hand you
Okay.
the extra 50 gold then, because we were
Okay.
delayed. Instead of being 800, it'll be 850.
Yeah, okay.
Everybody's back. Okay, cool.
Okay, I got done a little bit late.
Okay,
I'm
one
back.
thing I have to ask you, because I don't want anyone to get mad about that. If there's 5 dragon scales, Sean wants 2 of them for himself. And if he sells 1, that means one of you guys don't get to use a dragon scale.
Wait, I thought I had my own. I
There
had
was
my
just
own.
5 in total.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not really that fair.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm saying is,
We all helped defeat the dragon together, meaning we should all get one.
so if you're gonna sell a dragon scale, you might not take 2 because everybody's gonna want at least 1.
We all want one because we all did it together. That was a big accomplishment to the entire party.
Yeah, and I took its frost breath to my face. I'm not even there.
And he
Yeah,
killed it.
yeah, me and Biel did that crazy damage. She's the one that killed it.
Willow just said she's not using one.
Okay, so I guess you're good then. You sell 1, you're gonna take 2.
Okay, and then Skins is going to like just sigh for a bit and just like hand Biel a dragon
I'm not
scale.
there.
Biel's not there.
He's not
Oh,
there yet.
never mind.
I'm
the
just asking because out of game, that's going to be kind of annoying. If I was looking at that, I would be like, if I had an idea for what I wanted to do, that would be annoying.
In the back of your head, you just hear my voice. Save me a dragon scale, bitch.
The echoes of him.
All right.
But you sell it to him.
My spider senses
I
tingle.
can't remember what conversation we were having a second ago, but
We're gonna summon a demon.
well, the
Yeah.
question you said dragon scale first, the demon first. I thought we started with the dragon scale first.
But didn't we finish it?
Well, we ain't. I mean,
I
how
wanna
many
wait, no,
scales per
no.
weapon? I mean,
I'm just gonna wait until I get paid for the Rex streams and come back.
Wait,
Okay.
how much is it to put it on a weapon?
it is for one of them. It was 2,500. Since she had the fungus, it went down to 2,400. Because he wouldn't go any higher than that.
I can only buy it, but I'll wait probably.
To put two on a weapon, I don't know how Sean's gonna afford that.
That's 4,800. He can afford that if he can save the 2,000.
Well, no, you misunderstand. The more you stack magic onto a single weapon, the more costly it gets each time. So it won't be 4,800 or 4,000 or not even 5. It would be 5,000 without any interruption. If you just doubled it, it's actually going to be about 6,000 gold because
Okay, well,
you have to add an extra 1,000 or so
Okay.
on there because of
Well,
stacking.
I'll just do the extra D6 then because I will be kind of getting it. I wanted the extra D8 because I wanted to supplement my fire arrows, but it's fine.
Oh,
still an extra-
also one problem: you can't use fire arrows if you do that. Remember, it's a cold thing. And fire and ice cancel each other.
All right, then I won't do that. I'll do that later if we decide
Yeah.
to come back. Then. So haha.
Okay, then we're going to, I guess, demon now, right?
Yeah.
You got a name of a demon?
What?
You got a name of a demon?
Not yet. I'm gonna get one.
What do you mean you're going to get one?
I'm gonna summon a demon and I'm gonna get a name from it.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Can you do it this time, though? Or are you going to lie to me
Yes,
and break
I-
the circle like you did last time?
No, I can make. Don't help me with the circle. I got this. Okay. I'm gonna prove I'm worth the
What
magic
is
mic.
Beelzebub?
What?
That's a demon. That's like a very infamous demon.
Oh.
I'm summoning. What's it called? Bargura.
Can you summon that?
Yeah, it's a CR5, and at the beginning it says you choose a demon's type, which must be a challenge of 5 or lower, and that's a Balgura.
Okay.
Which is
I also
5.
have the dragon blood, which I think does the same thing, no?
So
Yes,
what
you
I'm-
can do that as well. You can either dip arrows or consumables in it, or you could also infuse it, but it takes a lot more to infuse than a scale. Like to
Wait.
infuse it would take 2 pints of blood to infuse it to a weapon.
Probably
Good.
just the dipping then.
all right. So what happens is that we clear up this place for it.
Yeah, you BL and Michael all start, rearranging to open up. The other, shopkeeps look at you kind of confused, and then start to step back into their own respective areas, kind of get away from whatever chaos is about to be unleashed.
I
Do what, Bill? Yeah.
You said BL. I'm not even there.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, never mind. I meant Nim, because Nim is the second strongest there. But either way, you
Nim
guys
says,
clear
like,
out the area. They start to step back from the chaos that may or may not erupt in the area.
And Skins is immediately having flashbacks again, and is going to try and hide and just prepare in case something happens.
I can make a circle with my own blood, which is, it says as part of casting spell, you can form a circle of the ground with the blood using a material component, and the summoned demon can't cross the circle or harm it, and it can't target anything within it.
Skins is going to ignore William anyway.
I don't say that to him. I'm just telling the truth that can happen. So Trent knows.
So
how to
you're
work.
like making a blood circle so it can't do anything?
I'm gonna just grab the sword, cut my wrist enough to make a big old circle for the. How big is this thing? A large. So I cut myself big to get that big of a circle going.
You start bleeding out with how much blood you need, so you start drawing it by cutting your wrist over and over again, squeezing blood out.
Yep. Yeah, and then I say what the spell says. I say some foul words, and then out from that you see inside the circle shadows form, and through the blood you see a tentacle rise out of it into the middle of the circle, where the circle now starts glowing. And as we kind of look at it, for a second we blink, we see a gigantic, large fiend Balgura
Basically,
looking
a
at.
giant ape.
Yeah, it looks like a big old ape, and it has a couple spells, it seems.
Ape
It,
spells.
it can cast invisibility.
The
Well,
ape is now looking around, just aggressively. Starts to like step out of the circle. Can't. He gets pushed back. Looks
And
around.
it says, I can command it to do, I can tell it to do anything. So,
The ape like
go!
pounds its chest slightly. Looks over
I
at you.
grab my arm for a minute, and I summon a sword away. What's your name?
it doesn't actually damage him, Willow.
It's an ape.
It can speak. It can speak,
Doesn't seem to want to.
it can speak abyssal.
Can you speak Abyssal?
But I can write it.
Okay. Can it write? No. It's an ape.
You didn't think this one through, did you?
No, I didn't.
None of you
Skins.
can speak Abyssal, I don't think.
Does anyone have
Wait,
comprehend
wait.
language?
The magic dude. I mean, if he has such a weird kink for demons,
He should be able to
wouldn't-
talk to them. He should
Yeah.
have, or
Yeah.
a way to speak to abyssal
Okay,
things.
I want to ask you, is this a demon or a daemon? Or a fiend? Or what?
It's a fiend.
I think a fiend is both demon and daemon. What is it though? Like,
It
what?
says demon.
Demon. Okay, then yeah, he looks over. Like Michael, like looks at it. Yeah, it ain't speaking though. It ain't saying nothing.
Hey, well, I did the big part, which is summoning a demon, not letting it get out. Okay, so I proved myself earlier making a demon. Just don't know how to give a name.
Yeah. I need the name though. That's like the whole point. So I could summon that one and control it and make it do my bidding. You know.
Yeah.
I don't want I can summon demons. Like I could cast that spell and have him for an hour. I want to bind him here, keep him for a long time.
Skins is gonna kind of shift to Nemi, and is gonna whisper in her ear. You're a cleric. Maybe threaten it to get its name.
Cast divine smite on it. I don't know.
Yeah, that'll definitely make it want to be nice to you.
Yeah, it's telepathy. You can speak to us and telepathy.
Starts guessing names. Jacob, John. You start guessing random names, and it looks over at you. It just growls.
Which one does it growl the most at?
You summoned it.
Yeah.
No, but like whenever I say names.
No.
Oh, whenever Nemi starts guessing names,
Demon names, especially if you don't speak Abyssal, are insanely hard to just guess. Otherwise, demons would be constantly forced into the mortal realm for years. And they're not. Someone
Okay.
should come eat.
What's happening?
I think Damien has to leave.
Oh. Well,
That's a great timing.
That's wonderful.
Before you leave, though, William, what are you doing?
well,
Is it dinner time?
almost. I have to go full before then.
Go
So
what?
yeah, pretty much. I have
Hideous
to go
laughter.
full. Hideous laughter.
So, what are you doing, though?
Oh my god, I can't give a name.
Can you make it speak? Because if you can make it speak, I can hear the name.
Do
speak
anyone
of
have
this-
charm person?
It won't be charm person, no. That won't work.
don't-
It's not a person.
I don't know how to make it talk.
You can command it.
I command it. Yeah, I can command a. Oh yeah.
But
I
can you
did
like
that.
actually make it do and what you
Yeah,
say?
it says whenever I command, I give a command. I'll read it again. Okay, it says, okay. Roll initiative for the demon, which has its own turns. When you summon it on each of your turns thereafter, you can issue a verbal command to it, telling it what it must do in its next turn. I commanded it to tell me its name.
Okay, you commanded to tell you its name.
I said at the beginning, and you just went, "Urgh." I'm like, what?
I didn't know you could tell it exactly what to do.
Yeah, it says I give it one command.
It looks up at you, and it just, to the rest of you, it sounds like the guttural dying man, like a guttural dying man in the street, in the middle of a rainstorm. It really does not sound like words. It sounds like a primal, like freaking growl almost. And not BL, what's his name? Michael looks over at you and just goes, well, that's good. I mean, you could stay here for a little bit, help me contain this, or I could do it on my own. Hey, it's entirely up to you guys now. And
Alright,
if you
so
come
I'll-
back and get some scales done, I can do the dragon scales. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, we'll be back later for that. Well, I'm completely clean with my my debt.
You already pay off the
Oh,
several
I'll pay it off the
thousand-
same day that happened.
I'm not gonna ask how. I mean, yeah, sure.
Listen, it's I had a potion.
Oh, you just gave up a
Good potion.
heirloom.
Good potion.
Well, I mean, come back for the scales. You can leave unless you want to buy something. I got magic items. You want to buy something?
What you got?
I got a whole list over here. And they start flipping through and, like, lifting up several magic items. Are you looking for weapons? Looking for consumable potions? Consumables cheaper, but what are you looking for? Scrolls?
Potion.
What kind of potion? You want just to? I have healing potions. You want something that'll make you faster, like haste? Something that'll make you spit fire?
I remember someone that used haste once.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so Skins is gonna obviously get out of.
why? Why are he crying? Why?
How
he crying?
much is the haste potion?
It's a long story. Alright, well, I'm gonna dip. I'll be back whenever I get enough money for the thing.
How much is the haste
Actually, wait.
potion?
About 800 gold.
Just a thing to remember him by.
Do what?
I need this for just to remember him.
You don't know if he's dead.
He's not here.
As William does that, I'm assuming, are you buying the?
Yeah, I buy the haste potion.
That's gonna be good for BL. That's for sure.
Yep.
All right. What about you, Nim? Are you purchasing anything?
And now I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I do get my 2,000 gold whenever that happens.
Yes. I will purchase something. Yes, 100%.
Okay.
So what are you gonna purchase? What do you have now? He looks over and just goes, I mean, use your elvish eyes. I know you can see all the magic guy. And he like points over to his counter and some of the shelves you guys helped move. I got all this. And there's weapons, there's armor, there are potions, there's amulets, charms, cloaks. What kind of magic item are you looking for? Keep in mind they're expensive now. You ain't got gold, you can't buy it. And since this time there wasn't no disaster, I ain't gotta give you a magic item. Holy symbols. I don't think those are realistically magic items. I can enchant a holy symbol. Most holy symbols, however, usually come from a, church of the god. Diamonds! Now that, my friend, is not my specialty. He points across the way toward the jeweler, the elvish jeweler across the way. He'll talk to you all day about diamonds. He got the purest diamonds, he got the roughest diamonds, he got just pure ore if you want it. Uncut, unharvested, raw.
I'm assuming this is for the Revivify spell.
Yeah, you ain't really got. I don't know. You might have diamonds actually.
Yeah, okay. Also, she has 3.
So I mean, are you gonna go buy diamonds? You look over at the elvish gentleman, monocle in his eye. He's actively trying to cut, some more gems. He's working away on his jewelry.
Also, I'm just gonna go ahead and actually do the thing already. The bow and scale.
Okay. He looks back at you.
You know,
He works until someone walks over there. It's not like he'll get done. No, his job is to do that. That's what he does all day. You walk over there, he'll stop and help you. Until you walk over there, though, he ain't gonna stop and help you. And so you did decide to do the scale. So one scale, 2,400. Cause she gave me the fungus already. I'll pay you for it if you ain't gonna do it.
I'll do the air. I'll do it. Here you go.
Okay. And he
That'll
takes
be-
your bow and arrow. He takes your scale. All right. I'll talk to him over there. Points to his blacksmith, the dwarvish shopkeep. All right. Come back in about a day, and this will be done.
All right.
But yeah, just walk over there. He's got magical gems that I enchanted. One of them carries an elemental. I hate summoning elementals. They're so much worse than demons.
I mean, to be fair, that's your specialty.
I do like demons. Yeah, but hey, and he looks over at William, which is not here, but you guys can hear it, so I'll still say it. If you find any more demon names that are better than this one. Now that I got this one, I can get all sorts of demon names of this level. If you find some that are like, a demon prince, hey, if you get me a demon prince, I'll pay you all to go in the world.
All right,
I won't indenture myself.
All right, I'll tell Damien that whenever he gets back, or you can, whatever. And then Skins is now bowless, which is a odd sight for many. He's now going to leave, and then Willow can do whatever she wants to do, and Biel can do whatever he wants to do. I'll be right back.
So, Nim, are you going to try and buy any diamonds or no? Amulets. I got amulets, yeah. Any kind of amulet. I got some that'll keep you from dying, some that'll keep you from dying when you're already dying. Some will protect you, I guess. I mean, I have to look. I got all kinds though. What are you trying to get this amulet to do? If I ain't got it, I'll make it. I'm good at enchanting and summoning demons. That's about it. You gonna respond? Okay. Hello? Protection. Okay. He looks over and goes, I got one. Let you cast shield. That's the best one I got. I got one that'll keep you from being detected. Proof from detection. Or detection, I mean. Proof of detection. That one will stop you from being scryed on and or any divination spells telling people where you are. The shield one will let you once a day. No attunement required. Cast shield. Which one you trying to buy, if either? Shield one, it ain't that good. Cool 1,000 gold. 1 grand. About that. Bargaining with a text-to-speech engine's great. Never mind. Fair enough. Some people don't care about their well-being. I don't know what to tell you. So are you gonna buy any diamonds or try and bargain for anything else? Nah. Okay. He looks kind of disappointed. Just goes, fair enough. And then he goes back to his work as he now is looking at the bow and arrow and the dragon scale, and he looks upon it and starts the process of melding them together and actually enchanting the object. Your troop, now no longer needing to be in here, end up leaving the blacksmith as you guys are ready to go somewhere else. We then jump over to BL, if he is still here.
I'm here.
Yeah, you're here. You, as you enter the city, handing the weapon off to the other troop, and then heading your own direction, you find your way walking down towards the Mudflats region. It isn't the best region. It isn't the richest region, and your family isn't really that rich. You just happen to be another person working, or you're another family working a daily life here. You find your way to the familiar location to find your mother and father's house, and find the lights on, or the candles on, I mean, and the door unlocked. It's actually odd that it's unlocked, but the people on the inside you can hear talking.
Can I try to sniff it out, like see if I can recognize the scents because of the werebear thing?
Yeah, make a perception check, and with advantage because of werebear.
Oh, wait, hold on. I completely forgot that we had that +1 weapon.
Yep.
I could just go ahead and sell that?
Sure, you run back in his shop, he'll look up at you and you just go, I'm not done with your bow, I said a day, and you slam down the hammer. Okay, cast Identify. He casts Identify on it, just knowing there's something with it.
Yeah, sorry.
1,200 gold. 1,200 gold. I give it to you.
I'll take it.
Alright.
Goodbye, sorry.
Yeah, you run back out, he'll take the hammer and toss it over across the shop, just almost spearing it into his friend as he tosses it toward the blacksmith. Just shout, it's magical to him as you leave.
Okay, 17.
17. You detect several smells. First off, how many siblings do you have?
Bruh, I can't remember.
You don't know. How am I supposed to know?
Well, I thought you had it written down.
I have your okay. You wrote down your rivals on the Google Doc. I have your rivals and stuff because that's the ones that I can actually make use of. They're the important ones. The number of siblings and parents, however, those are not threats and or something I can actually make use of. They're not going to leave the city. So I thought you would have those.
Well, I did it forever ago, and it's hard to remember. I'm pretty sure I only have 2 siblings, and one is the brother that hates me.
Okay, so 2 siblings, and you have one important relationship? Actually,
Yeah,
let's go get my... BRB.
Alright. Well, it's just me and Chase, ladies and gentlemen, because Willow is going to eat in 10 minutes. Damien's eating as well. Yeah. For those watching or who will watch, I hope you guys are liking this so far.
I hope you all do not enjoy this. This is crap. Whatever we are showing you is just terrible. You should not like it.
Quality. If you like it, you're actually brain dead.
Come on, guys.
If you like the fact that half the time I talk, I go, you're weird.
Okay, so yeah, you only have one brother that's a family relationship that's important. So 2 siblings, and how many parents? Do you have just 1 or 2?
I have a mom and father.
Okay, so you have 2. You can smell the familiar home cooking that we're so used to for most of your young life. And you can also smell your brother, or not brother, I don't know, that's a sibling. Is it a brother or sister? Who knows? It's up to you. And your 2 parents.
It's a sister.
Sure, a sister. And your 2 parents. And you can smell them, and it's familiar. It's kind of weird to smell them, but it's pretty familiar as they each have their own, intrinsic family value to you.
I mean, I'm a werebear. Half of our things is recognizing people through scent.
Yeah, I mean, for everybody else, it's kind of weird. For you, it's kind of natural.
Yeah. I mean, most people don't run at like 40 kilometers an hour, tackle a Yeti, and then bring it back.
Yeah, and murder it in front of them. But
Okay,
yeah, they're
I'm gonna
inside. Their food is being cooked.
take off my helmet and kind of hold it at my side, and then I'm going to knock on the door.
Okay, you knock on the door and wait a few moments. After a short amount of time, you hear some shuffling, people coming to the door, and you see your father's eye peek through a slight crack in the door. He opens up, peeking out, and he goes, "I thought you would be dead. Welcome home." He opens the door.
Oh, just as like clarification, uh, BL hasn't seen his family since he left. Since he got in a fight with his brother,
Yeah,
who
and
threatened
for
to kill him. And then because his brother was actively trying to slaughter him, he left and tried to and became a traveler.
yeah, and worked up in Balan Post. He just goes, "I thought you'd be dead," and then opens the door and says, "Welcome back. It's been a long time. It's pretty surprising. Why didn't you have someone send like a message beforehand?"
I've traveled to strange places, Father.
I can
I've
tell
been-
you've obviously aged. I can see a lot more hair on you. You're a man now. At least more.
That's well, they know about the werebear stuff. It probably wasn't as like attuned as it
Yeah,
was.
it wasn't as they know you're a werebear, but they also since you've grown in power, also grown more fur. As the stronger you get, the stronger the werebear form also gets, and more affects you.
So I look at them and I'm like, it's been 2-3 years since I left.
I think so, somewhere around there, yeah. Either way, we have dinner cooking, or not cooking, but cooked. We might not have enough for you, but you can have whatever we didn't already got on our plates.
I'm gonna ask where Faye is. Faye's my sister.
Oh, she was having an argument with our mother. She ran upstairs. But I mean, she already ate her food. I mean, she's just upstairs right now.
Before I eat, I'm gonna go have a couple words with her.
Fair enough. Just leave the topic of, relationships. She's kind of sore about it right now. Her mother doesn't want her to run off and, have the other kid leave like both of you boys did.
Well, then again, my brother did try to kill me multiple times over something very petty.
Yeah, and similar to you, I mean, yeah, he was mad, that's for sure. I don't think he would have killed you, but either way, maybe he would have. I don't think so, though.
He stabbed me through the arm.
Yeah, maybe. I can't say that about your brother in good faith, though. Either way, he left about the same time you did. He hasn't been home either. He hasn't been home for a long time. He hasn't approached us since, the incident either. And our mother's trying to stop your sister from running away with her new boyfriend. So just leave relationships out of it if you go to talk to her.
Okay, I'm going to give him a hug, and I'm gonna try to get him to. I'm gonna give him my helmet to hold for a second.
He'll take it and just go. You wash this? Do you wash this?
The helmet. No.
I think your mother's gonna wash it. Just take the rest of the armor off. First off, you are covered in mud. So how about you take your boots off and your armor off before you walk inside, and your mother will clean that up for you while you go talk to your sister.
Okay, the transmutable armor just kind of like it just kind of folds off of me, and I give it to him, and I walk upstairs. But I'm clutching that the necklace I made from the Yeti teeth. The little was it? I think it was. Yeah, it was a necklace. I have that in my hand. I'm walking up the stairs. I knock on her door.
By the way, as you leave, your father, I want you to describe actually what he looks like. He is about the same size as you. He's a tall man, but is he, extremely, similar to BL, or do you take after your mother more?
Um, BL. So BL's dad is a brown-haired, brown-eyed, tall individual, real slender. Not a lot of there is he he's not super muscular, but he's not just skin and bones. He has he's kind of fit, but he's not really strong. He he his now well his was brown hair is now getting a little gray, is graying, and he has a bald spot in the back of his head. Yeah, that's he's getting kind of up there in age, around 40, maybe even
Probably
late 40s.
45, yeah, 50.
Yeah. And then his mother is a super like dark-haired, blue-eyed, uh, tall for a girl. She's like 6'1", and she looks more muscular than than Beal's father does. And and she's kind of constantly adorned with a dress that has weird scribbles and symbols on it. And yeah.
All right. As you walk upstairs, you hear your father struggling slightly to carry your armor over to your mother, and they both start scrubbing away as you start to approach your sister's door. You see that they have likely downsized since you last been here, as before they had 3 fully furnished rooms, and one of them now seems to be a workshop of sorts, probably like a hobby room. They didn't expect anyone to return, more or less. They believed that anyone who'd left, any of you guys, both you and your brother, had either killed each other or died. So they transformed what would be, your old rooms into a... It still has like a guest room atmosphere, but it is no longer your familiar rooms. It is a actual place where they, do work. They do work. And you can tell that they have started tinkering in art as well as some strange jewelry making. Your family's not rich, but that is a slight help on the side. They're trying to, move up out of the mud flats eventually.
I'm going to leave 50 gold pieces on the workbench.
You do so, placing it down.
And then I'm going to go to my sister's room and try to get her attention.
Walk up to your sister's room, knock on the door once again, and you can just hear your sister kind of growl back angrily. "Leave me alone." That's the wrong voice. "Leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it anymore, Mom."
Faye, it's your darling brother.
No, can't be.
Okay, I'll just open the door.
You start to open the door, and you can feel that it's had a chair pushed in front of it. She is angry with her parents right now and does not want to talk to people. Yeah, if it's my brother, okay. If it's brother, why haven't you returned for 3 years?
To not get killed by... I'm trying to think of the name for the brother.
I'll tell you. I have it, I think. Nope, you didn't give me one.
Osiris.
Try not to be killed by Osiris. She looks up and she goes, yeah, you didn't have to stay
And-
gone for 3 years. You hear the door being pulled out from behind the doorway. I don't even know you anymore. I mean, you've been gone for so long. I'm happy you're here. And she opens up the door and looks up at you. She isn't that much shorter than you. She has the same genes in the family, but she does have a slightly smaller stature. As she looks up at you, I would like you to describe your sister's actual appearance other than just physicality, like generic stature.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of give it a duel. Medium black hair, blue eyes. It takes after our mom. She is tall. Like I'm like BL's 6'5". His dad's like 6'5". His mom's 6'1", and his sister Faye is around 6'2". She's tall and she's built like her mom. She got a bit of muscle on her. She's obviously not as big as BL, who's a hulking beast at this point. She kind of adorns in like a teenage angst kind of way of like constantly wearing some type of armor or like of gear for battle, probably leather strap.
That's funny. I didn't even notice. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Where my phone at? Okay. There it is. I need to send them a new join link. I didn't see that, Willow. How am I supposed to know? I'm not looking at texts on the chat boxes. Cuts off right in the middle of him describing his sister. Zoom. Frustrating. Doo-doo. You're always the first one back. Kind of weird. Yes.
What did that leave? Where did I leave off on that?
You described your sister, being smaller than you with brown hair and with constantly wearing some sort of battle attire like leather straps and stuff like that.
Black hair.
Or black hair, yeah. Whatever.
Um,
Close enough.
Constantly wearing some kind of battle attire. She's a little bit tanner than the rest of our family since she's outside so often, and she's a little bit more scarred up than the mom and dad, for the sole fact that she took she kind of took after her brothers, and the fact that if you don't like something, you fight it or leave. So yeah, I think, and that's basically her.
Yeah. And she does, even with her, like, no, it can't be. Why did you leave? I don't even know you at this point. You've been gone for so long. She does hug you. There is a fondness that comes with being siblings. Even if, she's annoyed that you stayed gone for so long.
I'm going to kind of like look at her and explain, like, I mean, I came home and Osiris challenged me to a battle like he always did. But this time, for some reason, he was beyond angry and stronger than I've ever seen him. And then, if it wasn't for me being a werebear, I would have died. He stabbed me in the chest and in the arm. I had to leave. And then after that, some town a couple hours away from here, still in Rexington, still in the Empire. I mean, I met a girl who I got friendly with for a while, and then she also tried to kill me, so I had to leave, and I wanted to go off the grid for a while to not get hunted down by my brother or a crazy ex-girlfriend. So I traveled around quite extensively, and then, well, I ended up in Ballon Post and helped some friends out, and now I'm back. I don't know if I'll stay here or continue to adventure with my friends, but I've found I have a job, sort of. I get money. I'm a successful warrior. People know me for some of my accomplishments. I'm one of the only people in the Empire who is a trusted werebear. I'm not only that, but I've become vastly more powerful than I was 3 years ago. I've made a lot of myself, Faye, and I hope you can appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate that you didn't die on your brother's sword. He was always crazy, but in the way, you should have came back at least once. Nonetheless, now my parents are protective. I've always wanted to adventure, much like, you two, and go out and see the world and experience my own story. My parents have become paranoid that all of their children will leave them, and it's something they're doing wrong. If anything, I think it's something they're doing right. But you're the brothers, and father's always more protective of me. Always has been. So now they're trying to stop me from going out and exploring with a guy I know. Him and a small band are trying to, go out to Hupperduke. They think it'll be fun.
Just a guy? Is that all?
Well, it's a guy and his group of people. He, along with his best friend and their girlfriend, are trying to go down to Hupperduke because they hear that there's some fun parties down there, as well as some good work. Some similar to work you would do, but far more tame, for starting at least.
The adventuring life is fun. It really is, but there's been a few times where I thought I would die. As powerful as I become, there are even more powerful things, and especially now, everything feels different. The air seems more energetic. I don't know what it is, but
I thought that was just me. I thought it was just my readiness to leave. What is that, then? If it's just like the air of power, or what?
I have somewhat of a thought about it, but we'll talk about that later. If you want to adventure, but don't go into this life because of some boy. Because I can assure you, a man adventuring will hop around from girl to girl like the plague.
I mean, you're right, but you always are. Either way, though, I just feel like I, kind of need to live up to something. You guys were always so good at sword fighting and stuff, and this guy has been teaching me how to as well. Though he wants me to be an archer and would prefer me doing that, I want to be able, at least, to defend myself. If someone came in here right now, someone broke into this house, and you weren't here, and you haven't been for 3 years, if you and brother weren't here and someone broke in, how would we stop them? I have a blade. I do. And she walks back and reaches under her bed and pulls out a short sword, but I barely know how to use it.
I kind of look at her and I kind of nod my head to follow me outside.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're going to teach me then. Can I come with you? You're back.
Like,
Could I follow you?
Join my party.
Yeah, if you're worried about my safety while adventuring, which that's what parents are worried about down there. If you're with me, I'm safe. You're strong. As long as we do safe work, or
How
at
about
least
this?
not extremely dangerous work.
How about this, Faye? You'll be like my intern. I'll teach you everything I know. Some of my abilities, obviously, you wouldn't be able to replicate, such as Actually, you don't even know half of the stuff I learned to do. Here, follow me outside. I'll teach you how to do it with the sword. And if I think you're ready, you can join our group. But at any time, if I tell you something's too dangerous, you're leaving. Okay?
That's fair. That's fair.
And
I
then
think I would be useful. I think I could do something. I'll show you. I'll show you what I've learned. And she'll follow you outside.
I look at her and I'm like, drop the short sword. A real warrior uses something with a little bit more weight to it. And I toss her the old long sword I used to use. And then I
She
whip out
catches
mine.
it in one hand and just goes, well, yeah, that's definitely a little bit heavier.
You're a stout woman. You
Yeah.
can use it. And then I take out my sword and I'm kind of like being braggy about it. I show her how flashy it is.
She looks
And-
at it and is kind of confused until you start swinging it in the air. Because while it's stationary, it just looks like floating shards of metal. But every time you swing it through the air, the metal coalesces into the blade. And goes around blocks as anyone would try and parry it.
And then I'm going to kind of just I'm going to test her ability. Just kind of light sword play, light sparring, just trying to teach her some things.
Are you outside, by the way?
Yeah, we
Okay.
walked outside.
You guys end up walking outside. Your parents be like, okay, bye. Whatever. Kids are kids. And they go back to scrubbing your armor. You go outside and do some light sword play. She takes her long sword in two hands, similar to the way you usually use it. And she is stout, though she obviously seems more comfortable with a lighter blade, as anyone would be. She quickly adapts to the heavier weight, and if you're purposely swinging slowly, she can actually, block a few times. And even manages to get off a quick parry where she tries to go towards your chest. You're too quick for it, of course, but it's somewhat intriguing. She has skill, though not an extreme amount.
I kind of see it, and I'm like, well, our family, they raised a generation of brutes, of just these people that if the Empire could actually get a hold of them as soldiers, they'd actually have some pretty promising prospects. I'm kind of like thinking about it, and I get the necklace made of Yeti teeth, and I put it around her neck, and I say, I see potential in you, Faye, but we will have to work on it. You will follow me and my friends. You won't be fighting with us unless I say so. I'll teach you the ways of the sword, and I'll teach you the ways of being a fighter. So much strong. And I kind of have like the briefest thought in my head. Well, I'm like, if I have psychic powers, maybe she'll get them. And I kind of have that, and I'm like, I'll teach you, and you can follow us. And knowing how you are, knowing how everyone in our family is, you'll pick up and be a great warrior right away. And you can adventure with your old brother.
and she just stands there, kind of like smiling, like it's the most awkward thing for you, but she's like roiling in what you just said, like finally, and then she like starts to frown for a second, just goes, what about mom and dad? They can work, and they do work. Dad's becoming a jeweler. He's moved up from his old blacksmithing ways, and yeah, he's becoming, more specialized in the jewelry field. But I mean, they're old. What are we gonna do? Like, they can't work forever.
I look
Dad's
at
almost 50, and mom's she's like 48.
I look at Faye, and I'm just like, well, for one thing, the adventuring life, especially the way I've got it, we get paid quite a lot. We can send them money, so they don't have to work. Obviously, our parents, they'll work until they drop dead, or at least try to. But they'll always have money, I can assure you.
Okay, that seems like a good idea. Okay. How are you gonna break the news to them? They ain't gonna listen to me.
I immediately I have both my, arms on her shoulders, giving her the whole pep talk, like, you gotta be careful. I just lift my hands, I walk in there, I look at them while they're scrubbing my armor, and I just look at both of them. I'm saying, Mom and Dad, am I not the best adventurer you know?
They look up and just go, son. Your father just goes, son. We haven't talked to you in 3 years. As far as I know, you're not really much of an adventurer.
I'm like, fair point. I like my eye that I've been kind of like not look because my eye wasn't like that before, and I haven't really been like making eye contact with, like, I've been trying to like hide it using my hair. I brush my hair back, I look at them, and then I start using like my psychokinetic power, and just kind of like I'm not casting any spell. I'm just kind of like showing the aura of it and showing them how
You like
powerful.
make a cup levitate for a second, and knock it down to the ground like an empty cup, a wooden cup or something, and they just look at you and just go, "So you became a wizard? You don't look like why are you wearing armor? Wizards don't wear armor."
I look at them.
I'm confused.
I look at them like, I'm confused too. Let me give you just a summary of what I can do. I'm a werebear. I can cast magic. I can cast magic because I practice under a magician. I have a magical item that lets me cast more magic. While fighting a dragon one time a long time ago.
Your mother's face just immediately goes white and just.
While fighting a dragon about a year after I left, I didn't do much damage, but he still cursed me when he was about to die. Actually, I think that dragon might still be alive, but he kind of waves the idea away. And he gave him this. He shows him the eye. He goes, I've been cursed. But little did that idiot know, it kind of helped more than anything besides nightmares, but who cares? And then waves that away. He goes, also, I'm psychokinetic. If I really wanted to unleash my power, and kind of like motions to a wagon he's pointing at through the window. I'm like, I could probably throw that.
Wagon.
Yeah, I could probably throw that wagon full of hay, probably 10 feet, not up, but sideways. Not only that, not even 2 months ago, I killed a dragon after killing about 5 yetis with my teeth. I'm quite the adventurer.
Your mother is just shocked. She can't even speak. She's
literally foaming at the mouth.
Yeah, you fought 2 dragons and yetis, and apparently can cast magic. Yeah.
I fought a lot more, and I'm a lot stronger than I've actually told you.
Why are you? What's coming? Why are you? And she's like stuttering over her breath. She can't even get out what she's trying to ask.
I look at her and I kind of give her like the look that kids always give their parents when they're trying to calm them down, and I'm just like, Mother, there is no one better than to apprentice our sister, or my sister, into becoming an adventurer than me. I'm not the greatest adventurer, but I will be. I promise. And I won't let anyone lay a hand on our sister. My sister.
your father kind of stands up and just goes, "Now listen here, young man. We already
I just
told her that she cannot go out with her boyfriend. He ain't got no skill, and yeah, apprentice her. But if you're fighting dragons, I think you know, son, we're not too keen to lose both our kids in one go."
I look at the father. I'm like, I've already instructed her. Until she's ready to fight, I won't let her. She's just going to accompany the party and apprentice and maybe learn some stuff between among my other party members and friends. She won't be in any fight anytime soon unless it's something weak. I can assure you, I have many people have taught me over the years, and I have took their secrets, their teachings to heart. No one will be better fit to teach Faye than me.
At this point, BL, when you say that, you start hearing scraping of metal, similar to the swordplay you and her were doing just a moment ago. You hear, quick jabs back and forth, bangs of metal outside. Not in a hurried manner. They seem actually pretty slow. And you can hear your sister start to heavy breathe outside.
Okay, I hear that. I immediately grab my armor. I grab the kind of the gauntlet of the armor because it's all kind of interconnected together right now, and it straight up just starts to. I grab the hand of it, and it starts to magnetize to the different body parts on me, and then I suit up in my armor, in within a couple seconds and run outside, sword drawn in one hand. Wait, sword drawn and a spell about to be cast.
You are immediately, relieved as soon as you step outside. The fear spikes inside you, and your parents quickly catch on to the noise you're hearing. But the relief sprays on your face pretty quickly as you notice someone you probably didn't even notice was following you. And your sister fighting. She doesn't seem to be any danger, though, as the person fighting her doesn't seem to want to kill her. The person fighting her is someone that's been with you since aeor. It's the robot. He has turned around and is letting his other machine practice sword fighting. He's been watching you, following, because no one's interacted with him for quite a while now. So he just saw you practicing with with your sister, and since he can't understand anything anyone's saying, is now practicing with your sister.
Wait,
without you.
I thought he could understand what people are saying.
Only William, and only when they write back and forth to each other.
Yeah.
Oh.
He can't speak Common. He can only speak Ancient Zimni. And he saw you practicing, so he figured, oh, let's practice. And your sister, kind of...
Can't I, telepathy with him?
You can telepathy, but he doesn't understand Common.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of... I'm gonna figure out a way to teach him sign language. I swear it. But I walk up to him...
Okay, I will explain this to you guys. Robots, especially ancient Aeorian ones, can learn extremely quickly a language. They can learn a language extremely quickly. The problem is his ears are broken. Remember?
Yes, he's deaf.
He doesn't have a sensor. So unless you guys can find a sensor, he is deaf.
We got the combat.
That's why I suggested sign language.
We could do sign language.
But I look at him, and I kind of just like I'm relieved because I'm like, oh, someone's about to hurt my sister. The spell I was about to cast, the circlet of whatever I had, the heat from the bracelet simmers down. I put my sword up. I look at him, and I kind of give him a thumbs up, and I give Faye a thumbs up, and I say, he cannot understand you. And I look back at him, and I point at my ears to show him that I'm trying to talk about his hearing, and I'm trying to look at him and really crudely, basically charades, tell him, we're gonna fix your ears. There's a blacksmith in here. There's a blacksmith in this town that might actually be of caliber to help.
So you mimic, like, touching your ear, then like a screwdriver motion, then you point over down the street to and start like acting like you're hammering something. Uh, he gets them, and the thing is all while this is happening, your sister's looking at you pretty confused, but she's also pretty busy because there's 3 robots here. There is the one who can walk and use his hands. There's the fighting robot, which is on his back, which is during this conversation still practicing with your sister, going through very basic practice motions. As well as the little droid, which is every time she gets too much in a rhythm, it's like bumping into her feet, causing her to have to react quickly to something, keeping her out of a set motion so she doesn't get too comfortable in the swing of things.
Can the little robot
Hello?
hear me? Is it like
The little robot has no communication skills. It's basically a
It's-
dog.
so? The
Okay,
little
hello?
robot is it's the dog of robots.
Willow's
Yeah,
gone, by the way.
I know she's gone. It's a little what's it called? Roomba, basically. It's like a circle ball that has like little claws that can reach out and grab stuff off the ground, like tiny things, and it can go into tiny little areas. It realistically doesn't have any communication. It's basically a dog, or at least that's how the repaired robot that's deaf is treating it, more or less.
So I wouldn't be able to communicate with
I'll be
it.
back.
The robots are.
You could
the
give it
robots would be
basic
able-
commands like a dog, like stay, fetch, attack, but it can't
I
really
look- I-
attack.
I look at all the robots and I kind of make a sword swiping gesture, and I kind of make an X to tell them to stop, stop sword fighting.
You do that, and while the more repaired one just takes a step away from your sister, and your sister goes to advance, like, oh, I'm pushing him back. The one with the shield and sword in his hand just kind of reaches forward and starts blocking her strikes only, and then it kind of pats her on the head with the dual side of the blade, more or less tapping out, causing her to eventually step back and be like, "See, I was pushing him back."
I pretend that I'm very happy because I just told it to stop. I guess you didn't see. I'm like, yes, Faye, you did. My friends, they went to a blacksmith's. Would you accompany me with my friends? And what did we name the robot?
Jumbo, I think.
Jumbo. The robot Jumbo, and the smaller one, which I think I named Churchill.
That's such a strange name.
All right, so guys, what's happened? I've not.
What happened was Willow and Skins bargained a little bit more with Michael.
I'll explain my part.
Yeah, and then BL. Oh yeah, you just explain what you're doing. Yeah, that's what you just said.
I went to see my family and I talked to them for a minute, and then my sister is wanting to become an adventurer, and I'm basically she's gonna follow us around. She's not gonna actually get in any fights for a while, and I'm going to be training her to become an adventurer. She's like an intern.
And by the way, you're basically accruing a small following of camp followers at this point. What these people do have uses. Like your sister can do things, of course, if you ask her to. She's a person. Alongside your robot. While you're not there training, basically, if you are not present, your robot will help protect your sister, and they can both have a reasonable amount of skill fighting. They may take individual jobs by themselves, they may go on really small jobs, okay, I need to find a piece of information. Me and this robot will go do this, kind of thing like that. That way they're safe, as well as this robot, while you're not there, will train your sister for you, but not psychically and or beyond a certain level, kind of thing.
That's actually I like that.
Also, I did that because in case BL dies, I have a character already I can fall back on.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
smart.
Pretty much.
That is actually super smart. I like that.
Also, not only that, but if I need to give her weapons, say I'm oh, this weapon's cool, but I don't really think I can use it right now. I can just hand it over to her like a pack mule.
Yeah, I mean, as well as it would make her stronger, because later in the campaign, she may become, especially if you spend time in sessions, like, okay, I'm going to do this, and every once in a while actually go back and have a moment with your sister. You don't have to do it every session. What I mean is, if as long as you remember she exists and actually go and talk to her, she may eventually become actually somewhat combat useful. She'll never reach the level you guys are, but she may become actual capable in combat.
Unless I die, she won't really become
She won't become player level strong, or at least not a high level player level strong until you have the transfer.
I can like call upon her like later in the game. I can just call upon her to like artillery strike someone essentially.
If you give her weapons that could do that, then yeah.
That's cool.
Okay. So that's all that's happened.
Yeah, because it's been a pretty long conversation between him and his family.
Also, we're gonna.
I can't understand a word you guys just said.
We're gonna start walking back. Me, my sister, and the robot. We're gonna start walking back to where you guys are.
Yeah, she has like a pep in her step. You see that she's extremely happy with herself, and she's like rubbing the blade of the longsword back and forth, more or less either attempting to wipe off invisible blood and acting like she's wiping off blood, or just enjoying the feel of the blade, as she's super happy with herself. As when you told them to stop, she was so focused on trying to win the combat that she didn't hear or see, because you weren't saying anything, that you were telling the robots to stop. You guys head back toward the blacksmith, and since that pretty much took the same amount of time for each group, you see them exiting after bargaining with Michael the Mage for a portion of time. It is now probably about midday, because you got in port in the morning, walked over here, took about an hour, and you guys talked for a little bit. So it's probably about 2 p.m. at this point in time. If you guys have anything else to do.
I'm going to get the last dragon scale that's left, and I'm going to give my armor +1.
Well, you guys actually still have 3 dragon scales. Because Skins gave one to them, to Michael the Mage, for his weapon. William has one, and you now have one, and he sold one.
Yeah.
So you still have 3 scales, one in each of your real possessions, because he only sold one and only gave up one.
Yeah.
So you each have one. Basically.
Wait, what does giving a +1 to armor do?
Welcome back. +1 to AC.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. You can get my armor stuffed up.
I'm bringing back my D6 of weapons.
Skins would have 1 scale with him. BL would have a scale on him, and then William would have a scale on him.
You missed family conversations, and now you have a sister following you along, Willow.
Yeah, Skins is like gonna like before Skins gives the dragon scale to BL as he walks up to him. Skins like kind of like stops him for a second, like looks behind him as he sees his sister is like, who's that?
That is my darling sister.
What is your name?
What did you say? Faye. She looks up and just goes, my name's Faye. This is a very odd troop you have here. Are these your venturing buddies?
Yes, we have a goblin. His name's Skins. He's quite friendly. We have William. Don't actually be mean to him. He will kill you. Then there is Nimi, our human, elvish friend who will accompany us.
She looks like a rodolph right now.
Oh, what else?
She looks stuttering. She looks a little confused and suspiciously back to Nim. She's going to roll a investigation check. I'm just going to give her a generic +1. Actually, no. She has a commoner right now, so +0. Where's my dice? Oh.
Unless she gets a natural 20, she physically can't win.
Also, she comes from my family do not hate drow, but just because they're part of the Empire doesn't mean they're racist.
Yeah, but she's just trying to look through the disguise because she's suspicious. Also, she gazes suspiciously over Nim, but doesn't actually see anything wrong.
I think in lore, like people in like cities are actually not that racist.
They're not terrible. Like individual citizens might not be.
Yeah, but unless you're going into like a farm, then they're racist.
Yeah, well that as well. Like they're more suspicious of you because of your race. which is why
Yeah.
they're racist. They're not like, I'll kill drow. They're more like, oh, my cattle went missing and a drow came into town yesterday. It was the drow's fault. So, you know. But yeah, she
Alright.
looks suspiciously and then continues normally.
I kind of like introduce everyone. I'm like, yeah, this is my sister. She's cool. She'll be accompanying us, not really fighting with us. We'll be teaching her a little bit about everything.
Skins.
If there's anything you can do that she might be able to do, like I don't know, she might have magic properties in the future. I don't know. She might have my psychic stuff, but you could, like, for example, Skins, you could teach her how to use a bow.
I can summon summon a demon.
That requires magic and probably, you know, I know you have some kind of attunement to a deity of some sort. I'm not an idiot.
At this point, it's pretty clear to see, yeah, that you have some sort of attunement to a deity.
Hold on. Okay, so she's accompanying us.
She won't be fighting any
I
big
can fight.
battles.
If something comes, I can help. But he's protective, you know. If you guys like go and kill a dragon, the parents specifically said I wasn't allowed to fight dragons, so.
Skins
What-
is like gonna like hesitantly look at Biel and then look back at Faye. It's like
I telepathically say to Skins, I'm like, calm down. She won't be a hindrance to anyone. She actually is kind of helpful. I mean, we are extremely brash, crude kind of group. She's actually extremely charismatic, so if we needed information on something, she can help with that. The small stuff that we don't need to do, that we don't want to do, she'll do. And eventually, after enough training, she'll actually help us. I mean, she is my sister, and she might get psychic powers like I do.
okay. I'll do what I can. I can teach her how to use a bow, but I don't know. This is kind of really dangerous.
I'm like, I'm still speaking telepathically. I'm like, you're a goblin. I'm a werebear, and William is connected to some kind of deity over shadows, I think. And Nimi's a drow. We are the most off-brand group of people. My sister is 6'2" and built like I can't say middle linebacker because football's not the game.
Built like a leather ball
she's-
player.
She's built like an ox. Trust me, after enough training, she'll learn what we learned. Not only that, to be honest, she might be a better fighter than I am. She about beat the robot. I'm lying about that. But she about hit the robot.
And Skins is not going to insight that because he has no reason to
See,
really not trust Biel.
with your, like, you know, concerned expression kind of, you know, flashing, even if you're talking telepathically, she, like, looks over and kind of understands that you're having a conversation somehow. Not sure exactly how, but she's suspicious.
I look at her and I'm like, oh yeah, I can do this now telepathically.
And she just, like, and she, like, throws her hands up like, well, I guess. But she looks down at the goblin and just goes, if you're concerned for my safety, I'm sure I can show you how to do it. I know you're a goblin, and I might be taller than you, but you're an adventurer, so you should have the skill to match me. I can show you real quick if you want. You wanna spar?
No, if Biel vouches for you, I'll trust him.
All right, sue yourself.
But if you ever want archery practice, I can be of some assistance.
Man, my boyfriend tried to make me be an archer. I mean, my friend that was gonna take me adventuring before BL, he tried to make me an archer. I don't really want to be an archer, to be honest. I'd rather have a sword, and I want to know the intricacies of it.
Trent, if you were to make her like a character, what would it be? Like,
what do you mean?
Class. Like, if you were, so you said
the class
later
entirely
on-
depends on what you guys train her in. Right now, she is a moldable character. If you guys have a wizard that you hand her off to, like, hey, train this person in wizardry, that might happen. If like BL tells Skins to train her, and Skins does train her several times, stuff like that, over the course of the campaign, the remainder of it, you could have her be a ranger, or even like a fighter that's archery focused, or something like that, like an arcane archer. It really depends on where you train her in.
What I was kind of thinking of is not an arcane archer. Well, yeah, I was kind of thinking of an arcane archer, but I was kind of thinking of making her like, we don't have a barbarian, right? But I feel like
You would have to find someone with the skills of a barbarian to do
Yeah.
that.
She can only be our classes that we
Well,
are.
yeah,
Okay.
or at least some variation of those classes. Because while you have magic in the group, none of you are wizards, so it'd be really hard for her to be a wizard.
Yeah. The only
And a barbarian,
thing,
you have to fuel your body with your rage. That is something you have to learn how to do. So you have to
Yeah.
find someone to do that.
the only thing I can think of what we could do magically is a cleric and possibly a warlock, but I don't think anyone wants her to be a warlock.
No, man,
and
that's super smart. Do it.
no, I think the most casual thing would be is that she would probably be a psi fighter like I am, because I mean we're both. I'm a psychic, and I'm pretty sure she can be psychic, and we're both going to be fighters because that's kind of what she's interested in doing. So I think we'd both be psi fighters. The only thing is that she'd probably branch out, like she'd probably multi-class, is what I mean.
I mean, she really easily could with the amount of people that have different skill sets here.
Yeah. Okay. We can probably plan this out later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But either way, she's
yeah.
like to yourself, and then puts her sword back in her
Alright, so
pocket.
we need to get our
What'd you say, Damien?
we need to get our gold.
Well, that's the thing. After whatever BL is getting done doing here, we're gonna go over.
I'm just doing the. I'm getting the dragon scale for my armor.
So you head back in the shop after seeing them exit. Throw some money on the table in a scale. Michael will look up at you and just go, I'm working on one. Okay, for every item you make me do this to, remember, it's going to take about a day's time for each item. Right? So you're going to get your armor back in 2 days. You can bring it back tomorrow and get it back in 1 day. Or would you be okay with keeping your armor off for 2 days?
I will do it tomorrow. I'll come back and make him.
Yeah,
not
I
make
can tell with people with heavy armor like that usually don't like not having it. Feels weird.
I'm like, yeah, you have no idea.
Yeah, and he just like flicks out his cloak with his left arm and just goes, "That's why I wear these. They're far more comfortable."
We have a minute
Also,
left.
I look
see you
at I look
tomorrow.
at him. I look at him, and I kind of like. I'm like, so you know a little bit about magic, correct?
Yes, I do. We have a minute though, so if it's going to be an
Okay,
actual conversation,
I look-
we'll reset.
It's just going to take a second.
Okay.
I look at him and I go, can you tell me can you tell me if this eye I have will actually curse me? Like if it does anything physically bad?
He looks at it and just goes, I ain't got any information on that. I can research it, look into it. That's interesting. Maybe. That's entirely
Okay.
up to the dragon that made it on you.
Okay. And then we end that conversation, and then
Reset.
whatever. Okay, yeah, reset.
I dislike having to reset every day or every hour. It is very annoying. They're just getting a bunch of people to accompany them. Rias will love it. Freaking feast of people. 100 helpless people. They're making themselves super vulnerable. But, I mean, that is how he's going to get his boons. I think that's a good idea. All right.
Honestly, this entire BL arc has been interesting.
Yeah. See, this also opens him a lot heavier up into the
Hello?
whole into the boons settings, because that would be
Yeah.
fitting perfectly if that's how he gets to some of them.
Honestly, I'm kind of thinking that he'll probably go for like more of a psi thing, because this is
That's
like
what I
his
mean. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
gonna try and alter what I was gonna do with Willow, because Willow and him had psychic powers both. So I'm going to
Alright, well, I
alter
can't. I gotta
that.
be right back, so I can't
Okay.
listen.
But sure, I was asking if there's a battle to this game.
Probably not a combat, no.
Okay.
Unless you guys freaking speed past Goblin Village, like don't even enter it, and somehow glitch the game, like glitch the engine, and just end up on a mountaintop.
Okay.
I thought you guys would move far faster. I didn't even expect the BL thing, where he decided he was going to go back to talk to his sister. Alright, he is back. Now that everyone is here,
Let's get our gold.
I'm assuming you're heading closer toward, or back toward the candles, which is the Archmage area, where all the
Yeah.
high-ranking ones are. You make your way toward the candles, into the richer section of town, cross the bridge, and find your way towards the small island that has the 13 towers, surrounded by gates, and 2 familiar guards that spoke to you guys last time. I mean, they really weren't that worried about it last time. This time, though, they seemed a little bit more on guard for some reason.
Hey, guards. Got your name. Can you let us back in again?
Why?
We're gonna go talk to
Why?
the wizard, get our money.
Yeah, he came back without you guys, so I'm not so sure about
Yeah.
that, mate.
We told him to teleport back with all like the 20 people that we saved.
Yeah, he appeared on our front doorstep with 25 dudes.
Yeah.
So you're going to go in. You're going to. Do you have any reason? What's your reason?
He's supposed to pay us our extra money.
Yeah, he didn't pay us fully.
Okay. To get paid, to get money.
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't heard nothing about it, but I think he can handle you. I'm gonna follow you if that's okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's my job if you guys do something and I'm not there. So I'm gonna follow you guys in. Hey, Jared, just stay here, right? You good?
Oh, it was Jared.
You didn't ask us our names last time. I don't know what you mean. Oh, it was Jared. You didn't ask me.
Jared. What's your name again?
No, my name's Cole, but I don't think it matters.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, whatever. And he opens up the gate and
Keep
starts
going.
walking inside, motioning you guys along. There is like a troop of 6 people entering this place now, including a robot. So a few of the gardeners and stuff look interested at your approach. You walk up to the familiar candle and find the ashen door to be there as it was last time. It is a large, crooked tower with strange bins that seem useless to the outside observer, at least. The door itself seems entirely opaque ash, or at least the color of ash. It even looks and feels like ash if you rub your hand across it. It's a very strange vision of it because it stands out entirely. The walls are white of this tower. It seems to be of a single marble piece. Probably magically created, not natural, this amount of marble. But the doorway seems to have a golden arch over it, like a golden door frame, I mean. And this door actually stands extremely far out. It's entirely black, and the Archmage does not seem to even know you're outside at this point. And the guard is just standing back, watching you.
Skins will clear his throat, and start. He doesn't really know if he can knock on the door like a normal door, so he's not even going to bother trying. He's instead just going to yell for the Mage Lucas or Archmage Lucas to come down.
I knock.
You hear, after a quick jolt, you hear something clang and drop. The doorway seems to allow sound to pass through, at least right now it is. You hear something like drop. You hear some rapid clicking. You hear what sounds like several crossbow bolts going off. And then you see the Archmage brushing his coat down, straightening his hair with his hand, walk down, and walk directly through the door as he does so. Ah, yes. And the ashen door lets him through, but doesn't seem to dirty his clothes at all. Yes. You guys are back. I am actually surprised. You didn't even lose one.
Nope.
How? And he looks over the troop and just goes, "That's smart," and points to Nim. And who are these? Who is this one? And she points to your sister.
That is my sister. You don't have. Obviously, you're not paying her. She's now accompanying the party as an apprenticeship.
So over the course of this dangerous journey, you've actually gained 2 people. Interesting. That's actually pretty odd. He casts a spell, a small pouch appearing in his hand. He then reaches in and starts scooping handfuls of gold into a larger pouch on his side. It's obviously a extra dimensional space. It's just scooping more and more gold. There's never should be that much.
Is that a bag of holding you have there?
It's a pouch of one, much smaller, but it's a lot safer too. This right here, you can put in another extra dimensional space, and it won't damage it, as long as this is maintained properly, at least. Yeah. And he scoops a bag out, hands one to the party, scoops another, and fairly quickly hands out 2,000 gold to each member player character.
Didn't we get the bonus as well? Did you say there was
Yes, you remind me of this. I forgot entirely. Scoops another bag out, a few more handfuls. And the bonus is another 1,000 gold. You can split amongst yourselves however you would like.
Oh, it's 1,000 just by its own.
The bonus is 1,000. What do you think the bonus is going to be? Several thousand, another paycheck.
Yes.
250 gold's a lot of gold, Sean. And he looks at you guys and just goes, well, I mean, like I said before, yes, I did tell you about him. Yeah. If you want to meet the spider, or the widow, he goes by both. He's better than an archmage. He can help you with any magical issues. Just come to me if you have anything that's like insanely bad for you, or you definitely need help, or it's world altering, any of those things, and I'll give you some access to him.
All right. Well, I don't think we need him right now.
I think so.
Yeah. So we'll just be on our way.
Wait.
And
I look at the Archmage and I ask him if he can fix the robot's ears.
He looks at you and just looks over and goes, I probably could, with like 2 weeks time. I don't think you want to leave him here that long. I can start work on it. You just have to come back at some point.
Friends, do we think this is a good idea?
I said a week to
A
finish
week or
it.
2 weeks. Week or 2 weeks. And I don't know how hard it's going to be. I would have to talk to the spider. So, yeah, it'll take some time.
Well,
you're not going to stay here. I think it'll take long enough where you'll want to leave and come back later.
I look at my party. I'm like, we can leave him here anyways. He can barely understand anything. The only thing he had was for training my sister, and I can do that quite well myself.
Well, we are staying here for 4 days now, so we could just leave him here with the wizard for 4 days and then come back later.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to do that?
Yep, we'll do that.
Okay, you talk and be like, okay, riding back and forth. You're going to stay with him. He's going to fix your ear. During this little right back and forth conversation, as it takes a small portion of time, you hear more cluttering and banging from inside the house, or the tower. He looks back and just goes, Mom, stop. I can't. You're going to break it. It's new. it's experimental. And he starts like trying to he opens back up the door because apparently on this side it's actually
What's
solid.
your mom's
And
name?
it starts shouting back up.
What's your mom's name?
You're not gonna. I don't think
Luke's
that matters.
mom!
She shouts down and just goes, "Yeah, what?
How you doing?
Doing great.
Oh.
What?" And she starts walking down. You see another halfling.
I think
This one a little bit older. Probably somewhere around the age of 50 or so. Though halflings live for a large portion of time, so she's a little bit less than middle age for a halfling. Doesn't look that extremely old. Wearing leather armors and carrying what looks to be 2 hand crossbows. She is short, even shorter than Luke is. Darker skinned, green-ish, brown eyes. It's a very strange, odd color. I mean, no, not greenish. Orangish brown eyes, not greenish. And dark brown hair. And she looks to be far more fit, physically, than her son. While her son is covered mostly in very filled robes, he isn't that extremely fit, but he is slightly dexterous. This person looks to be like she could climb up a wall if she wanted to, pretty much. And a very odd comparison to the both. You know they look very similar if you look at them. But, one is obviously far more fit. And she's, like, messing with one of her crossbows as it seems to have jammed, as there's a weird loading device on the top. Yeah, who are these guys? Why do they know me? Are they talking? Do they know me? And Luke's like, nah, they don't. They just decided, I think this one wants to sleep with you. And points at William.
Oh, whoa. You got it all wrong. I just want to know your name.
Okay. And she just, like, freaking slams her crossbow. My name's Veth. What's the problem?
Oh.
And she slams her crossbow one more time. The bolt slamming into the stone. God! I need to talk to the Tinkers. Whatever. And she's like, so do you have a reason to talk to me, or are you just talking to me?
Have I heard of this person before, Trent?
Make a history check.
Advantage because the player knows what it is?
No. I need how it works.
How about advantage because I have the same properties as one of their friends?
Sure. That
That
would line up with earlier research, so yeah.
Alright.
Because earlier in the campaign, remember, you were researching weird metal pieces.
Yeah.
Which is told you where the gate is. What'd you get, Damien?
22.
22. You know of these folk. They don't have a huge name in the world. You know they were famously known for exposing several high-ups in several organizations. They arrested 1 or 2 of the Cobalt Soul members that were higher-ups that were corrupt. They showed how corrupt and arrested Trent Ickathon. You know they worked with the now famous Tinkertop family for a small portion of time. You know they're pirate slayers. They destroyed a few pirates. This person has very vague, but also traveled very far. You know very generic stuff about them.
Do I know the name?
Yeah, that's how you know who they are,
The
Veth.
Mighty Nine?
Do what?
Do I know the Mighty Nine as the name?
Yeah, you know that troop.
Huh.
That's one of the names connected with them. They worked with the Mighty Nine for a good portion of time.
I look at her and I'm like, Are you that person from the Mighty Nine?
Yeah. Are you hunting me or no?
Whoa,
Are you a threat to us?
No, your son just looked a lot like you, and I was curious after you said that you were here. Just wanted to know. I'm a big fan. You were pirate slayers. You arrested a lot of those names you said.
Yeah.
Like your work.
I mean, yeah. What's it to you? That was forever ago.
Can I have your autograph?
Sure. You have a piece of paper and a quill?
Yep. Yep.
You pull out a piece of paper and a quill. She just scribbles her name down quickly. There.
All right. Thank you.
Beth Bernardo. Woo! Great name. I've got asked by your freaking people like 4 times. And then Luke looks over and just goes, I know. That's why I told him not to freaking talk to you. I know you hate it. Either way, I'll be... You. How many times did you shoot the freaking dummy? And she looks back and is like, until it stopped firing. How many times was that? 4? And he just goes, I have to repair a very expensive piece of training equipment. So, how about you guys, now that you're paid, unless you have any more reason to talk to me, I kind of need to work.
No, that's all.
Okay, then. And he opens up the ash door where both of them re-enter their tower. So what are you guys doing now, after you have gotten paid?
Should we be heading to the Skins Village?
Yes.
Remember, you guys have several objects waiting.
That needs to be. Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, Skins isn't getting his bow back until tomorrow, and you can't get your armor done until the day after tomorrow.
And mine will be the day after that.
Yeah. So you're gonna be here for like 4 or 5 days.
It'll be 4 days in total because we have 4. We have 4 little things.
They also let the robot in as he's staying with them, so he's with them now as well.
Also, I have
I'm back.
Oh.
Sean,
didn't
you
know you
missed
left.
it. Sean, you missed
What
it.
happened?
We met Beth.
I'm assuming that's the mother.
Mighty 9.
He doesn't know who Veth is, Damien.
Oh,
I do.
shoot. Not. We met not.
Oh!
Not later called Veth.
Yeah.
And
She
this is
goes
her
by
son,
Veth.
Luke,
Yep.
Oh!
which you also meet in campaign 2.
And I now know about the entire Mighty 9 and their adventures. I got her autograph.
But you guys also left your robot with him, and
Yep.
are now, I guess, now that it's somewhat later in the day, going to head toward a tavern or some other place to rest for the week or so that it'll take, or slightly less than a week, 4 days.
4 days to get all of our stuff done.
Yeah, to get all of your items, and you have to also pay 2,500 per item that is getting
Yep.
enchanted by this.
Was it 2,400 because of it?
Do what?
It's only for me.
That's only one time because it was the fungus wasn't that valuable. So, you guys find your way to an inn. You guys rest, head to sleep, wake up the next day, do the same thing 3 more times. Except one of these nights we have a slight altercation in that original schedule. This one is a very surprising shock to you, William. This dream you didn't expect to come because of the hesitance and the difficulty your deity is having imparting anything upon you. But you're in a void of blackness. This is not uncommon. Usually you are, when the dream starts at least. And you can see the ever darker than the surrounding form of him floating in front of you with his odd smile that never breaks and his 2 black orbs, darker than even his surrounding body. He looks upon you, and you see surrounding you start to form, though it's blurry. It's super hard to make out. You have to infer more than understand what a lot of these things are. It seems to be extremely hard for him to give you any sort of information. You look around and can see a gate, a golden gate that is being overgrown with shadow, blurry as you can basically get. The bars mingle together beyond recognition. You only know it's a gate because of its general form, as well as you see several chains of shadow and light mingle together, all broken, surrounding this being before you. As you look up at him, you see yet another set wrap around him and chain him in place, and you're not sure exactly why. It may be part of the dream, it may be your own wishes, but you see interposed, overlaying with this being, the form of your father, tied up, arms out wide, same as this being before you, chains gripped in the hands as both of the forms begin to pull. Those chains break even. He takes a step towards exiting the gate, walking past you, and you look out and can see a shadowy orb, obviously trying to mimic Exandria, though struggling heavily. You then see a second layer broken, and third broken, before a fourth, and a fifth, silvery this time, not a normal iron chain or anything of this world. It is shinier and more silver than anything that you have ever seen. Wrap around one of his chest, wrap around his wrist, wrap around his throat, and you see your father, you see this being, both struggling against the same chains, these silvery ones far stronger. He pulls, breaking one set, breaking another, but more and more wrap around him. You see the moon glowing brightly, Ruidus shining down, the chains coming from that direction. Make a religion check for me, William.
So the deed you left, and now my father's chained.
They are interposed upon each other, meaning you can see both in the same place, more or less. You see the shadow of your father overlaying the shadow of this being. They're one and the same in this moment.
So religion check.
Yeah, religion check. This, you understand pretty easily, is trying to signify that to free your father, you have to free him, and he cannot be freed. He's not free at the moment. There is someone chaining him down, and these silvery chains are far stronger. The chains coming from the moon. They're silver, wrapping around every appendage, trying to resist him from entering the world of Exandria.
This is why I couldn't see you. So I went there. So I know the rudest moon is keeping him here.
Yeah, you know the chains coming from the moon of Ruidus are keeping him from stepping foot on Exandria. You broke all bindings. There was nothing keeping him from joining until new chains from the moon wrapped around him. This is a new threat that wasn't originally part of the plan, more or less.
Oh.
Breaking one god free broke them all free, and now with this religion check, you may figure out which god is the problem player.
Did he already roll it?
Is it not working?
It's an 18.
I rolled an 18.
18. You didn't say 18. With an 18, it's not hard to understand. It's one that was referenced a little more than a week ago in the middle of the street. The Moonweaver. The Moonweaver's silvery chain holding your god, your father, away from Exandria. It doesn't want your father and or this god to get to the world. It's struggling, and the Moonweaver creates these silvery chains, forcing him away from Exandria. You see yet another chain broken, another step taken, 3 more sets wrap around him, tying him back. You see the shadowy form of your father dissipate, and the deity just staring down at you. You get a sense of hatred at the moon. This deity never speaks. He only imparts feelings. And this is the most vile hatred that anyone could ever have for any being on the face of the earth, and in this case, not even on Exandria. You are going to have to take another step, though it doesn't even seem to know what that step may be, as it doesn't give you any parting message. It only gives you a angry glare toward the moon and a frustration at yet another time frame, however small it may be, needing to be waited. You wake up, this time not in a cold sweat like some other dreams would have had it. You wake up pretty calmly, looking out through your tavern window, staring at the moon, at Catha and Ruidus, a little more than a month away from its peak. You understand that to break these chains, you're more than likely going to have to do something after the peak of Ruidus. Once its peak of power is reached, You're going to have to wait till it starts waning in power. Until it's nowhere near in the sky. And that's where we're going to end the night session.
So I know that Nimi's deity is Moonweaver.
You know that one of one of the ones she worships is the Moonweaver, yes.
My eyes glare red, and I just whisper to myself, Nimi.
And that's the end of the session, with a solid 4 hours of playtime.
I was kind of hoping that we'd at least get to a little bit past the part where we're actually on the way to the village, but...
Well, that's the thing. Right now, you guys basically are on the way. If you think about it, all you're doing, you waited the 4 days. On the last of the 4 days, he gets the stream, and when you wake up, you're heading out.
Yeah, alright.
So, I mean, you're on the way to the village, which is why I didn't expect BL to take that long, as well as didn't expect him to even try and talk to his family.
I mean, I enjoyed that though.
Yeah,
that was
interesting.
Well, the thing is like, I'm in Rexingtrim, right? And I'll be 100% honest with you. I was hoping to see my brother there so I could get in a fight.
He's in the Dwendalian Empire. Well, that's the thing. They were in Rexingtrim. They're not always going to be somewhere. Especially if they're trying to hunt you down. He is likely doing the same thing you are and gathering allies and trying to get stronger so that he can try and best you in combat.
See, the thing is like, I don't know why he wants to kill me.
Because he thinks you're a cheater and a liar and you're bad. He's egotistical. He thinks he's the best sword fighter and you're better than him. So he must beat you.
Okay, like, I feel like he's a red dragon.
Do what?
I feel like he's a red dragon.
I don't know. I don't think about that.
But yeah. Well, it gave me an excuse. So, like, say BL died somehow, I have faith, right? I have a character to go back on. Not only do I have a character to go back on, there's more stuff I can roleplay with, right? Because you guys can talk about stuff you did in the past and know what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With me, I can now, if I want to roleplay something about my past, I can tell Faye about it.
Yeah.
Because I didn't tell any of you guys that, like, a year into, like BL hasn't told any of you guys, like, a year into being an adventurer, he joined a party of like 30-something people, a huge traveling party that was disguised as like, it's kind of like a circus or a freak show, right? But what they would do is they would fight, like they'd go there as a freak show, but underhandedly like destroy like stuff for money. Usually, most of the time, it was to like kill an important official, but no one would be like, "Oh, it was the freak show that just went by. It was the clowns."
Yeah, that clown murdered my family.
Yeah, but you know what they would think? Not the clowns. And then, like a year into it, they all decided to take a contract to fight a dragon. It killed literally like most of them, besides like 3 people. And the only like, that's how BL got his eye cursed, is because he was the one that gave the final blow to the dragon, but he didn't hit it at all. He was just the one that hit the final blow, and he didn't even realize he can speak. He doesn't even know if he actually killed it or not. He injured it enough to run away.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, now Damien's gonna be frustrated with the Widow's God. So now we're gonna have to see how that plays out.
I know exactly what it's gonna be. It's gonna be next session. We're gonna be like on our way to Skin's little place, and then he's gonna suplex her through the street.
Oh yeah,
I hate you.
I'm probably
greater demon in her stomach, so it rips her in half.
Oh yeah, I'm completely going out to Nimi. Alright, I'm going right after Nimi.
Yo, stop worshiping this god. That makes him powerful.
I'm like, my guy's gonna just completely believe that Nimi knows
Okay.
that Moonweaver is doing this.
It's just one thing I want to do. I would like it if Nimi could like. I know it's probably your headset most of the time, Willow, but We need to find a way where you can actually talk to us like pretty consistently.
Yeah, well, the biggest problem, realistically, with that is it takes so long for you to text. Like, when we were bargaining, Chase, all of them were literally just sitting there waiting on you to bargain because it just took so long to see what you were trying to do.
Well, the first bit of it, I'm like, who are you talking to?
Can you not see the chat box open on my screen?
No, like, well, I can, but half the time, I'm like looking through like my Instagram.
Yeah, it's fine though. Like, I think it might be helpful if Willow, if you would use like maybe your phone, see if that would work. Test out how that audio works. If you're okay with that,
Oh yeah, I'll just get a new headset.
you could do that, but the headset might be just as bad as the one that she has now, which she can hardly speak.
I'll just give her the one I'm using right now.
Guess that's true.
See, that was at least one of the more tame dreams you had. Not all your dreams are like freaking traumatizing.
Well, like,
Not so much traumatizing to watch my dad
you know how the
struggle
curse
getting chained up
manifests?
by
I
a
have
moon.
no clue
It's
what
not-
anyone's saying.
I said it's kind of traumatizing to watch your dad get tangled up in chains
Yeah, but
trying
at
to
least your
move out
throat
of it.
wasn't being crushed
Fair,
by your freaking friend that you threatened earlier.
fair.
Hmm.
Still traumatizing to watch my dad struggle.
Yeah. Now at least you understand that you also can easily get from that. The gods are trying to keep each other from entering Exandria. That's why you haven't seen anything with them so far. And you even entered the biggest city on the planet. Or not on the planet, but on the continent, which is Rexingtrum. That's the biggest city there is. And you can pretty easily tell that if one god is keeping another god from entering Exandria, that means they're all trying to keep each other from entering Exandria. So you have to figure that out
alright.
too. Who's on which side?
Now the biggest thing I'm worried about is that the recordings for some reason stopped mid-section. I'm hoping it
No,
didn't.
I can look at it now, and it's still going. Actually, I probably should turn
Okay.
that off.
Yeah,